Jennifer Siebel-Newsom, First Partner of California, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to join you for this most essential. transform youth well-being to ensure
So the first partner is right before Tony, right? Okay, about 1 minute, folks. Welcome to Safer Internet Day 2025. My name is Larry Magid, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of ConnectSafely, and we are just thrilled to have you here. ConnectSafely is the official U.S. host of Safer Internet Day, and this event is being celebrated not only around the world, literally in more than 100 countries, but also around the United States. In fact, ConnectSafely is hosting or co-sponsoring more than 30 events around the country, mostly operated by local schools and community organizations. But this is the one big event that we're hosting ourselves, and we are just so happy to see everybody here. The theme of the day is empowering youth, giving youth a seat at the table. So let's face it, adults make the policy decisions. We have, in fact, in the room, a number of adults who are making policy decisions every day. Some are elected officials, like the legislators that are here, or their staff, many of them are here. Some are appointed officials, but also some are educators. Some are tech executives, and we have a number of tech executives here that are making very important decisions about how their platforms operate and how they impact, not only protect young people, but also how they impact young people, how they protect their free speech rights as well as their safety. And then parents make policy decisions literally every day, every minute of the day. In a sense, they're deciding on what's going to happen, what time limits they want to put on the internet for their use, what they want to allow their young people to do. But the one group that rarely gets to make the critical decisions, or at least or even at the table for the decisions, are the people most affected, which are young people. And today we're changing that. We have assembled a blue ribbon group of legislators, the superintendent of public instruction for the state of California, senior tech executives, and others to listen to the young people in the room. So this is an opportunity for us all to learn from each other, whether it's young people hearing the perspective of why this is a difficult thing to change, or some of us older folks hearing the perspective of why we need to consider some changes, or what it is young people might like about the way we're operating our legal system or our platform or our family. So it's just a chance to talk amongst ourselves and make sure that young people have a seat at the table. I mentioned we have members of the State Assembly, the State Superintendent of Public Education, executives from Google, Meta, TikTok, Snapchat, and a number of students here as well. So even though we have our own opinions, I'm an opinionated person. I've been a columnist for 40 years. I wrote for the LA Times, the New York Times. I was on CBS News every day expressing my opinion. This isn't about my opinion. This is about how the young people in the room are perceiving how the internet is working out for them and what they can do to make it better. So it's more about empowerment than it is about convincing you that I'm right or you're right or I'm wrong or whatever. It's about having a conversation. And we're going to face some of the big issues. We're going to talk about cyberbullying. We're going to talk about wellness and mental health, civility, misinformation, and of course, the impact of generative AI, which is having an impact on all of us. So we're going to tackle some of the big issues in addition to having that conversation. I want to thank our sponsors and partners, National PTA, Amazon, Character AI, Discord, Google, did I get Meta, OpenAI, Roblox, Snap, and TikTok. Your generous support is what makes this happen and what keeps Connect Safely operating day in and day out. We also want to thank the California Endowment Center for being our hosts and the amazing staff from the Endowment Center. You're going to see them running around who have been helping us with technical issues. And I want to thank the Connect Safely staff that are here today, Maureen Kochan, Carrie Gallagher, Nicole Roca, Vu Lee, Erica Pelevin, and our board member, Annie Hempstead. So thank you all for helping to make this happen. And that's pretty much it. Our first speaker is Assembly Person Ash Kalra, and we are honored to have you here and look forward to hearing your remarks. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you. My name is Ash Kalra. I represent San Jose in the State Assembly. Anyone here from San Jose area? All right, good to see some folks here. I'm also currently the chair of the State Assembly Judiciary Committee. I was myself a practicing lawyer. I worked as a public defender for 11 years before getting into elected office. And the judiciary, actually, the committee plays a critical role because a lot of the stuff on AI and privacy, consumer protections, and civil rights comes through our committee. And the committee process is used to vet bills and to ensure that we're doing the best we can to have policies that uplift Californians. Now, I grew up in San Jose since I was a little kid. And, you know, being Gen X, I literally, from kindergarten to college, I grew up using a typewriter and graduated using a laptop and saw Silicon Valley kind of rise up before our eyes during the 80s into the 90s. And the promise of innovation, the promise of Silicon Valley was something that has been an inspiration to the whole world. A lot of you here grew up instinctively being drawn to a lot of that innovation, especially social media and what have you. And I'm someone that, you know, certainly amongst my colleagues probably uses social media more than most, and have seen certainly the benefits of it, but have also seen a lot of the troubling aspects of it. And that's why it's so important that as young people, you do have your voices heard. You are using social media in a way that hasn't been used before. You're using it prolifically, and yet your voices quite often are not heard in the development of that social media, in the guardrails that are being put up, in what you're not being allowed to see, kind of what you're being restricted from seeing, versus your ability to have a free flow of information. And so it's critically important that you use your voice. You know, being here is part of that. But use your voice in all the spaces that you occupy, which can be hard to do sometimes. I was pretty vocal about actions that have been taken or not taken against social media and the protection of our privacy and decisions they're making, including, the rhetoric around TikTok versus other platforms. As someone that uses TikTok to share not only what I'm doing in my personal life, but in my political world, I've used it for conversations on CalCare. I introduced the single-payer healthcare bill, CalCare, or other types of policies that I support or have put forward. It's an invaluable tool to use Instagram, TikTok, other kinds of social media platforms to share what we're doing. But as we've seen in recent weeks, let alone months, it can be scary that we're putting so much power into the very few that control those platforms, right? And it can be difficult at times to speak up to that kind of power. As someone that's been an elected official in Silicon Valley for many years, I try my best to use my voice and my platform. If I'm in a room full of Silicon Valley executives, I'll tell them, why aren't you hiring people from San Jose? Why aren't you hiring Latino kids in East San Jose? Why aren't you hiring folks? Why aren't you cultivating them for the kinds of jobs that are necessary well into the 21st century? Because what I see happening is a lot of companies will have STEM for girls, or they'll have, we bought computers for the African American Community Center, so they have a computer lab. All that stuff is great on the surface, but when you dig deep, what are they actually doing to uplift the communities? What are they doing to actually ensure that they're creating an equitable path towards economic liberation of everyone in our community? Now, by speaking up sometimes, it puts you in a position where you could be a target, but the reality is that, look, I don't think it benefits us to have companies, and then I'll say this, I know that you already said there's folks here from Meta, what have you. And the thing is, you have to be able to say it in spaces where folks are, where people in power are. For that action to have power, you just don't say it in your group of friends around the kitchen table, or you're hanging out with your friends saying, oh, this is what I feel about this, that, and the other. You have to use your power to be able to say, no, I don't think it's right for Facebook or Instagram to take away fact checkers. I don't think it's right for Google to decide all of a sudden that they're not going to celebrate Women's History Month, Black History Month, or Pride because they're bending the knee to a tyrant. That's my opinion. I have the right to say that, and if I say it in positions where I actually have a voice, it has far more power than if I shrivel up into the corner. Now, does it also make you a target sometimes, or put you in a position where you can, certainly feel the wrath? Absolutely. But I oftentimes say is I didn't get elected to get reelected. I got elected to represent the voice of my community, of the people in my community, the undocumented people in my community that are being demonized, the working class folks that are being squeezed, and living 3-4 families in a household in my community. And so as long as I have this voice and this power, I'm going to use the technology that's available to me to share my thoughts with my community, and I'm going to call out those that are holding that power through these social media platforms, hold them to account to make sure that we actually have free access of use of it and can use the new town square in a way that uplifts everyone. So have a great day today. I'll be hanging around for a little while, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what especially some of the young people have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Kalra, and I have to say, it's an honor to have somebody in the room who does have a powerful voice, but the fact is everyone in the room has a powerful voice. Not all of us can be elected officials, but we can all say what we feel and say truth to power. And there are some pretty powerful people in this room, most of whom I admire and some of whom I love, but sometimes we have to have, just like we do around the dinner table with our families, tough conversations. So thank you very much for introducing some tough conversations that I think we should continue to feel free to have those conversations today and going forward to make the internet and indeed the world a better place. It's my great pleasure to introduce ConnectSafely Education Director Carrie Gallagher, who is an amazing tech educator rock star. She works for us. She helps run a school in Massachusetts. She speaks all over the country. She's on all sorts of committees and commissions, one of the most prominent people in the area of educational technology that I know, and it's a great honor to have her on our staff, and it's a privilege for all of us to have her leading much of today's program. So Carrie, come on up, and thank you very much.
Good morning. Larry is too kind in his intro. That was quite the intro. I'm excited that we'll get to start today with a little activity that you may be familiar with. You may have played it in the recent past or when you were younger, called Two Truths and a Lie. We're going to play today. So based on some research that has been released within the past 2 months, so all of this is very up to date, I have for you 3 sets of 3 claims that will appear on the screens behind me. Your job is to use this opportunity to get to meet the folks at your table who you may not have met yet, introduce yourselves, talk about your perspective that you're sharing, and then as a table, evaluate the claims that you see on the screen. You'll have a minute or 2, and then I will ask each table to have a representative weigh in on which one they believe is the lie. After all, there are 2 truths and a lie. And then I will let you know whether you are correct or not. Keep score, because everything is a competition. And I wish you the best of luck. Okay, let's begin with our first set of facts. Go right ahead. Okay, let's begin. You guys are table 1. All right, we're gonna start with choose a person who will shout out which of the facts they are choosing for on behalf of the table for the lie. So take a minute, look around, make eye contact, decide who's gonna say it. Everybody got it? Great, okay. So table number 1, which of the facts is a lie? That's you guys. Yep, fact 2, okay. Table number 3, where's table number 3? Oh, that was you, okay. Table number 2, where's table number 2? Oh, where's table number 1? Hi, which one? Number 2, table number 4. Number 2, number 5. Number 2, number 6. 2. Is anyone gonna go rogue? Table 7. Table 8. 9. All right, 10. 11. Number 1. Love that. You be independent. I like that about you. All right, number 12. Table 12. Number 2, great. Table 13? Number 2, table 14? 2, okay. So, um, so number 2 is the lie. The study that the first and the third item, which are true, are from is Common Sense, Teens Trust and Technology in the Age of AI. It was just released last month. The study did not ask teens if they always verify information before sharing it, so I don't have a figure on that particular fact, but it did tell us that 7 in 10 teens reported that they changed the way they evaluate the accuracy of information after having experienced false or deceptive content. So 7 in 10 teens have experienced false or deceptive content, been deceived, and therefore changed the process that they use to evaluate information, which I thought was interesting. Okay, ready for the next set? You did well. Well done, everybody. All right, they're going to get harder, I promise. Okay, let's begin. Table number 1. Which one do you think is false? Number 2. Okay, table number 2. Which one do you think is false? 2. Table number 4. 2. Table number 5. 3. Table number 6. Where's table number 6? 2 you think is false. Table number, what am I on? 7. 2. Table number 8. 2. Table number 9. Oh, so you have like qualifications for, okay. Table number 10. 2. Table number 11. 2. Table number 12. Table number 12. Yeah, US. 2. Table number 13. 2. Table number 14. 3. All right. So the claim that is false is number 1. Okay. So I didn't get you the first time. I made it easy the first time. The second time I got you, huh? Okay. This research came. We're excited about this. This research came from Pew. It was released in December. And the figure that's relevant to the falsehood for the one that's false is that 17% of teens are X users, but 32% are Facebook users. Okay? Are you ready for your third set? Are you properly challenged? Okay, next round. Okay, let's share our thoughts. Which of the items do we think is false? Two truths and a lie? So table number 1, 2, table number 2, table number 4, table number 5, table number 6, 1, table number 7, 3, table number 8, 2, table number 9, 2, table number 10, table number 11, 2, table number 13, table number 14, 2. Great. Okay. So this study came from the Family Online Safety Institute. It was released in December. It's called Promoting Wellbeing in a Digital World. And most of you were correct. Number 2 is the one that is false. And the figure from the study that's relevant is that 72% of parents are open to tech companies providing additional supports on their platforms for promoting teen digital well-being. All right? So thank you all for participating. I hope you got to meet some very interesting people at your table. You'll have more time to converse and talk and share ideas in a few moments. But before we get to that, it is my distinct honor to introduce Shireen Walter to share some remarks with us. Shireen is the president of the California PTA, and we're grateful to have her with us here today.
Thank you, Carrie. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Larry and ConnectSafely, for inviting me to say a few words. As she mentioned, I'm the president of the California State PTA, and I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of the entire association and our millions of members nationwide. We're glad to be here celebrating Internet Safety Day with you all. PTA's mission is to make a difference for the education, health, safety, and well-being of all children and youth, both offline and on. We believe in a positive, hands-on approach to parenting in the digital age, fostering communication and engagement between parents and children to establish and model online safety habits and positive behavior. We're committed to fostering the safe, positive use of technology and social media, as well as providing families with the tools, research, and support to help their kids be safe and successful online. Through the PTA Connected initiative, hundreds of PTAs across the country, including many here in California, have been hosting community forums to give parents and youth a space to build their knowledge and confidence in navigating digital life. PTA Connected programs and resources can be found at pta.org/connected. We know that together, with all of you here in this room, we can create a safer and better digital world where everyone is empowered to use technology responsibly, respectfully, critically, and creatively. I look forward to exploring with you all how PTA can help make this possible for all of our families. Thank you, and let's have a great day.
Thank you so much, Shireen. I had the pleasure of working with one of the PTA Connected ambassadors, Mickey Wilson, to produce a webinar that we released today at safer.connectsafely.org that I think is really chock full of approachable and truly up-to-date information for parents. So feel free to check that out and share it with the parents in your life, or you can listen to it on a commute or while out for a run. But we're really grateful for that partnership. It is now my job to transition us to our breakout activity. This activity will carry us through the entire day. We'll have 3 breakout sessions. The purpose of this activity is to provide us with an opportunity to bring together a variety of expertise and experiences. You noticed you had assigned tables today, and you are sitting with folks who have a variety of experiences based on their professions, their lives, their ages, parts of the country that they're from, and therefore they interact with the digital world in different ways based on those perspectives. So we wanted to provide an opportunity for that conversation to happen today. Today we'll engage in civil discourse during a time when it's become more challenging and yet more important for us to practice that skill. And so we'll ask you to really dive into that today. You will draft responses to some questions that you'll receive as a group, and we'll ask for you to consider having those responses be a balance of both compassionate and clear, so that when you're sharing out your work from the course of the day, you're able to kind of balance those interests. And Connect Safely will report out what you share with us today, and so we're really looking to elevate the voices in the room and use this rare opportunity to bring together all of those perspectives. There'll be 3 breakout sessions. Our first one will begin in a moment. During the first breakout session, you'll learn about your topic for your table and the questions that go along with it. During the second breakout session, you'll develop an outline of your ideas. You'll try to organize them a little bit. And during the third breakout session, you'll refine your outline to a statement that you and your table feel really confident about that addresses the topic that you've been assigned, okay? So with that, markers, and use that as a way to brainstorm, make visible some of the key words that are being said, use graphics, use ideas. You can flip the pages as often as you like during our activity today, and I invite you to get started. I will let you know, I'll give you a 5-minute warning before we're ending, and then a 2-minute warning so that you can make sure you're closing up the conversation as you go, okay? All right, go right ahead, proceed. are doing a phenomenal job engaging with one another. We have about 5 minutes remaining in this first breakout session. Two minutes remaining. You can wrap up the thought you have at this moment. And our signal that you're ready will be that you take that easel and drop it back down to the floor until our next breakout begins. All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for those early and thoroughly engaging conversations. As we bring our first breakout to a close, it's my distinct honor to bring our CEO, Larry Magid, back to the podium.
Thanks so much, Carrie. And I was walking around looking at folks, and I was really pleased at how seriously you are all taking that exercise. And thank you so much for doing that and taking it so seriously. We're going to really benefit from all the things you said. So it's my pleasure to bring up our tech panel. I hope they're all here. Alicia Labrosse from TikTok, welcome. Melissa Fowles, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, from YouTube. Are you here? There you are. Hi. Nicole Lopez from Meta, Instagram. Elisa, and I hope I pronounced that right, CDK, one of our student representatives. Am I getting your name right? Okay, and let's see how, Nate Teitelbaum from the Youth Advisory Council of ConnectSafely. Nate, by the way, is one of our amazing youth advisors, and we've only done this for the last few months, and we're just so grateful to have young people advising us as well. And I have to say, sometimes they don't agree with me. They tend to be a little more conservative than I am. That's okay. We all get along. And then who is here with the state legislature, Nicole? I apologize, I don't have a name. Do we have anybody from the assembly on this panel? Assemblyman Hoover, would you like to come up and join us? I apologize, we didn't have your name listed, but more than happy to have you. So very briefly, just take a few seconds, if you would, to each introduce yourselves, because I don't know all of your bios, but I do know several of you. But Alicia, why don't we start with you? Just a brief introduction.
Sure. Hi. Oh, is this on?
Your mic's hot? Should be.
Yes. Hi, I'm Alicia Blumross. I lead the Youth Safety Product Team in Trust and Safety at TikTok. I'm super excited to be here. I've known Larry for a long time.
And she was an academic.
Yes. So a former life as an academic researcher. Have spent a lot of time talking with teenagers, parents, younger children about kind of life in the digital age and how families are negotiating all of these challenges and opportunities. So excited to be here.
Thanks, Alicia.
Hello, I'm Melissa Faust. I lead state and local government affairs and public policy for YouTube. So I've been in the state government affairs space for over a decade now, and I've been on the YouTube team since last year. This is my first Connect Safely event, so I'm super excited to be here, but looking forward to the conversation.
I'm Nicole Lopez. I'm with Meta, and I oversee youth safety policy at the company. I am a former lawyer, but I guess always a lawyer. I'm a former prosecutor, and I've been working on child safety issues for the bulk of my career. I also am excited to be here because backstory, I know Alicia and I met going into high school, and we were both outspoken teens who cared deeply about advocacy. And so it really warms my heart to be here with teens, and I see a lot of myself in the teens that I've been meeting. So thanks for having me here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eliza. I'm part of the Youth Advisory Committee for the California Partners Project. I consider myself to be one of those current teens who's very passionate about advocacy, and I'm just really excited to be here and share my opinions.
Hi, my name is Nate Teitelbaum. I'm a freshman at UC Berkeley studying political economy, and I'm also on the Connect Safely Youth Advisory Committee.
Hi, everyone. Assemblyman Josh Hoover, second year assembly member representing Sacramento County in District 7, former school board member, parent of 3 as well, and also the author of the Phone Free Schools Act, which is something that I've been advocating for and will be continuing to work on this year. I saw this table was chatting about that. and those policies. So, but really excited to be here and yeah, chat with everyone.
Thank you so much. So I spent many years with CBS Radio doing sound bites where I learned to give a network a report in 12 seconds. You guys can have a little more than that, but we do need to keep our comments very short. The first question is for the adults in the room. Well, Nate, I know technically you guys, some are adults, but the tech folks and also, of course, Assemblyman Hoover. And that has to do with the fact that tech is always changing. I mean, when we started Connect Safely, we were worried about predators. We were barely worried about cyberbullying. We were worried about, content. And now we have a whole different set of things that we're concerned about. Generative AI is just the latest of many. How do you guys, as tech execs and as a policymaker, deal with the fact that it's just a changing landscape? Alicia, why don't we start with you? Since you're
I think the landscape is changing. There's also a lot of commonalities. One of the things that I think is so helpful as a tech company is to look to guidance and frameworks that are relevant to all companies, including things like legacy media or streaming. So sometimes we talk about the 4 Cs, which is the content that young people are engaging with, contact, so who they talk to, who has access to them, conduct, so what are the things that young people themselves are doing, experiencing, thinking about, expressing online, and then finally contract, which has everything to do with like advertising, data collection, influencer marketing, things like that. So those 4 categories are kind of like an international framework that can be used for risk assessment, can be used to help us design programs, and I think have been, around for probably 10 plus years. And though the details of how those things change a ton with things like generative AI totally changes how we think about content, but I think the categories are pretty evergreen. So I take a lot of inspiration from that, and also it really helps when I'm advising internally to kind of connect the advice that I'm giving to these international frameworks so that, product teams really understand, hey, that we at TikTok are not alone in asking these questions and thinking about how we can do better across all 4 of those categories. Sorry, that was probably not 12 seconds, Larry.
We'll forgive you this time. Think of it as a TikTok video. I should have given you 15 seconds.
A little longer.
Anybody else want to chime in?
Well, I was just going to say, it's important. Obviously, my dad actually worked for Apple, so growing up, I was a big Apple fan. And then when Steve Jobs launched the iPhone in 2007, it was this groundbreaking technology. But it's really important as policymakers, as we get these revolutionary new technologies, to continue to follow the research and the science following that. At the time, we didn't realize what that would necessarily bring. And I think it's important that we're constantly looking at how these platforms and these devices are really impacting particularly young people and their development and their social engagement. And so that's kind of what we're looking at as policymakers.
I can add a blurb,
ahead,
Larry,
yes,
too. I was just building on what Alicia said. I also think bringing others in and bringing in a diversity of voices is really critical. For example, we bring ConnectSafely in terms of working with experts to get ahead of the trends that we're seeing. And I think cross-industry collaboration is also really important with the shifts in technology. And we do a pretty good job, I think, at connecting the dots and making sure that we bring the right people in to inform all of the product decisions and also policy-related decisions that we make.
Right. Any thoughts before we get to one of the teen questions? Okay. So for the teenagers in the room, there's a lot of things that are being talked about by folks like that are sitting with you. For example, the whole issue of cell phone bans in school, which is going to have an impact on you. Maybe good, maybe bad, I don't know, but it's an impact on you guys. Or decisions that may come down to require parental controls. And Australia just outlawed social media for people under 16. I don't think that's on the table, but certainly there could be parental permission required for young people to be using social media. I'm wondering how you feel in general about these types of policies and what you think young people's role should be in helping to formulate these policies.
Sure. So I'm currently a sophomore in high school, and I think one of like the main concerns that kids my age that I see have with the restriction of social media is that for a lot of us, our entire lives are online. And I think the amount of a role that social media tends to play in the way that we interact socially is something that I find a lot of adults don't understand because, in a lot of ways, it's not an isolating factor. It can be, but it also creates the basis for a lot of our in person relationships. So I interact with a lot of my friends who I don't get to see every day by sending them Instagram reels back and forth. And so a lot of the influence that social media has on our lives isn't inherently negative. So to say that we need to restrict all phone use at schools all day, or to say that we need to ban social media for kids under 16, I feel generalizes a lot of the really complex and nuanced relationship that we have with social media. And so that's why I think it's so important to have teen voices when these conversations are being had, because the impact that social media has on our lives can't be understated.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that really summed it up pretty well. Um, I think a really important thing is encouraging um, encouraging like parents to interact with their kids in deciding a lot of these policies, especially at home, especially with parental controls. I mean, for me personally, a lot of these, my parents never imposed many of the actual tech controls on my apps or my iPhone, but we had some rules in our house, and through those rules, I developed my own skills at moderating myself. So, for example, last year I was really I was struggling to study well when I had my phone. So because I had developed these skills of my self-moderation, I was able to put my phone away. I deleted some apps that I was just using way too much. Um, and I was able to focus on myself. So I think really building these skills that um, kids can develop themselves, if they can build these skills for themselves, it'll help them once they go into college and the real world outside of their home.
Thank you. Companies like that are here, Meta, YouTube, TikTok, have publicly talked a lot about their parental controls and their various tools, and less about the specifics of what you do. And we can mention those. Talk a little bit about why you do that. What is it that's behind, for example, I know TikTok, you have, I can't recall, timeout tools and the various tools you guys have in place. And I know you don't have time to go through every tool, but just briefly go through some of them and talk a little bit about why you do them and what do you think is the advantage of them?
So I think I want to talk about two different things we do in the product, and they're both related to each other. So one is our family pairing tool,
Yeah.
which enables a parent and a teen to link their accounts really easily, actually, through just scanning a kind of a QR code, and then the accounts become linked. And then once you have family pairing set up, you can do different kinds of things as a parent. You can set time limits and away times. Notifications are already off by default overnight, but parents can adjust those settings beyond that. And I think that and additional kind of like screen time break reminders, there's a dashboard and so on. But in addition to that, we also have a lot of those same defaults and product settings that are on by default for teenagers, even if they don't have a parent to supervise. So it's important, I think, to take both of those tactics. We realize that families are very, very different in terms of the amount of time that they have available to supervise, the amount of detail that they want to get into. So we make those tools available that work for a diverse range of families, but we also really need to make sure that there's a backstop for young people who don't have parents available or engaged to use those kinds of tools. So actually, TikTok doesn't allow DMs for under 16s, for example. You can't live stream if you're under 18, your account is private by default if you're under 16, and you actually can't make it fully public. So again, we want to make those tools for parents who really do have the interest and ability to get involved, but also need to make sure that the defaults for teenagers are safe, even if they don't have those parents available and engaged.
Yeah, so for YouTube, the way that we really approach it and think about crafting user experiences that really meet the needs of our younger users is that a kid under the age of 9, a preteen, and a teenager have very different needs and experiences and desires of what they're going to try and get out of YouTube. So we've tried to craft tools that help parents and kids manage their YouTube usage together in a way that makes sense developmentally for whatever age that they're at. So we have a couple key features that kind of meet the needs for each of these kind of separate groups. We have our YouTube Kids app. So for those younger kids, this is a great option. The content on YouTube Kids is highly curated, quality, educational, and parents have a high degree of control over being able to select specifically what channels, what creators, what videos their kids are allowed to access on that. And then as a kid gets older, enters those preteen, early teenage years, we do have supervised accounts similarly where parents can supervise their kids' YouTube accounts through Google Family Link and do things like set those app timers. And then for our older teens, we have experiences like restricted mode, where the account experience is very similar to what a young adult would experience. We just have that more mature content restricted so that they don't get exposed to stuff that they might not be quite ready for yet. So we try and calibrate some options and tools to kind of each developmental era that a kid is in.
Thank you. No?
So I don't want to echo everything that Alicia said. There are a lot of similarities across the platforms because, as we all know, this is all about risk mitigation, right? You have to get ahead of the risks, which is why we do a ton of proactive and preventative work. I think where we're situated, which is a little different, is that we have a number of apps at Meta. It's not just Instagram, which I know is the tip of the spear when it comes to youth experiences. And yes, Facebook. We were all laughing about X versus Facebook. There are teens on Facebook, but we have WhatsApp, we have our messaging services, we have our VR experience as well. And we've developed 50 plus tools, features, and a number of resources since I joined Meta about 2.5 years ago. We recently introduced teen accounts, which again is defaulting teens. And as Alicia said, we know parents are overwhelmed and not every family can get involved with their teens. So we default all teens into these experiences, and teens under 16 cannot relax those restrictions without their parents' consent. But what I want to focus on is education. And we have our family center. I always tout it whenever I speak because it has a number of articles that experts like ConnectSafely and a number of others we work with day in, day out have written for parents and for teens. And I think that to get ahead of all these issues, educating teens and parents early on and often, especially Larry, you talked about changing technology when it comes to AI. It's really important for parents, myself involved. I'm a Luddite. It applies to me as well. Parents need to understand what the tools are so that they can educate their teens. And we've poured a ton of resources, energy, and time into that. Today, we just announced, I don't know if this is official, but I'm making it official here, that we partnered with Child Help to develop a curriculum that addresses sextortion. Specifically, it's on the rise, and people are really worried about it, myself included. And it's a curriculum that is there for schools to use, as well as parents to understand how to have these very sticky, uncomfortable conversations with their teens. And we actually start earlier. This is geared to middle schoolers. So the idea is we should be educating people on what the risks are. And of course, it's incumbent on industry to solve for it. But we also need to have a dialogue with schools and with parents so that teens, and when they're even younger than teens, are prepared and they can use social media responsibly because, as you said, it's not going away. It is part and parcel, it's interchangeable with your lives, and we really need to start early and often.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hoover, I've watched the evolution of tech companies, and I have to say, there's plenty to criticize, but everything that these folks have said is true, and I've seen a tremendous amount of evolution over the period. But is it enough from your perspective as a legislature, or do you need to give them a little bit of help, so to speak, by putting laws in place that mandate these and perhaps other safeguards?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important we're striking the right balance and that the government is figuring out where it should engage and where it shouldn't engage. And I think, you know, one of the reasons that we crafted my bill the way we did is we didn't really overly prescribe how schools need to limit smartphone use. We simply required that school districts must have that conversation and pass a policy. So it gives every community the opportunity, the students, the parents, the teachers, the administrators, to really talk about what are the best times to restrict or limit smartphone use, what are the right times to allow it, right, with, for example, a teacher's permission or in the case of an emergency. And so things like that, I think it's about finding the right balance. I do think there is a role for government to play in this, particularly in some of the debates we had. Actually, we were just talking at our table where, you know, to be honest with you, when we debate bills that social media companies oppose in the legislature, oftentimes they're not bringing their own solutions. And I think that's what has been frustrating for lawmakers is, okay, you don't like this bill, that's fine, but what is your solution? And that's why I've actually really appreciated what Meta has done in terms of, these new 16-year-old kind of restrictions on Instagram. Not restrictions, it's probably a bad way to say it, but just this new awareness of young people under 16 and how that they should be treated somewhat differently on these platforms. So I've really appreciated to see that kind of actively from companies like Meta.
So Eliza and Nate, they've been talking about essentially your generation. You guys are over 16, but still, you can remember not far ago when you were 13, 14 years old. How do you feel about this? Is this helping you? Is this patronizing you? I mean, where do you fit into, whether it's Meta or the state government putting restrictions or safeguards for young people? How do you guys feel about those?
Well, specifically about phones, I think as a high schooler, I would not have liked it personally, but my high school that I went to, they recently updated their phone restrictions, and from what I hear, it seems to be pretty effective, although I do hear students getting around it. So while the youth perspective is definitely really important in this conversation, you do have to keep in mind that the youth can be pretty self-centered. Like personally in high school, I would not have liked the ban, but I do think it would be an effective tool. So I think there has to be a balance between hearing what the youth want to say about it, but also listening to people in the industry and lawmakers about these issues.
Yeah, so I'm actually 15, so I'm currently under like an Instagram teen account, and I feel like at first a lot of these restrictions, they feel like an incumbents. They feel like there's something that's interfering with our ability to enjoy the platforms. I've heard friends complain about getting the notification that they've been on the app for an hour, but something that I've noticed, at least in my case, is that while these notifications feel at first like they're interfering with our abilities to enjoy our social media experiences, knowing that I've been scrolling Instagram for an hour actually helps me get off the app and be more consciously aware of the amount of time that I'm spending on it. Getting the notification that I've been funneling too much time into my social media allows me to take a step back. And I feel like a lot of the benefits to these policies is not necessarily that they're restricting our experiences, but that they're making us more aware of what exactly we're doing and what we need to stop. And I think that policies that gear more towards making us aware of our online activity, as opposed to honing in on it and restricting it, are what I find to be more effective, at least in my case, for helping me create a more healthy relationship with my online activity.
Okay, so you just warmed my heart, and I want to introduce you to the product team that worked on this. This is exactly, and I know TikTok has a similar feature too, this is exactly what we want. We want to hear from teens, and we also want to know that, because we're always trying to improve upon what we do. Part of our work is iterating.
Yeah.
And when we get this feedback in real time that, yeah, it's annoying. And we know, like with teen accounts, we knew we might lose teens because they're frankly, they don't want to be told X, Y, Z or be put in restrictive. And I think actually restrictions is the right word. These are restricted experiences, but it's also good to hear that it is actually having the effect of changing how you interact with our app. And that's the intended consequence that we want. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Nicole. So one of the things that I've noticed, and I guess participated in as a person who's been around the social media world and the tech world for a very long time, is that there's often competing pressures on tech companies. I mean, you've got groups like ours asking you to do one thing, you've got other groups asking you to do very different things, you've got parents making certain demands on you, you've got teens asking for different things. It does strike me that you guys are in a position where you have to balance so many concerns from so many constituencies. And I'm not trying to get political here because I know that there's a tinge of that going on right now, but just in broad in general, even going back to 20 years ago. I mean, how do you deal with all the different pressures on you from all sides, including from folks like Assemblyman Hoover, who I'm sure are putting some pressures on you as well, and ConnectSafely. We bug you guys sometimes.
Sure, although usually nicely.
Yeah, nicely, but
I think, there's like a great challenge and there's a great challenge and a great honor in these kinds of jobs in that you are really kind of at the center of a lot of different debates and discussions and perspectives. And our jobs, I know we all have slightly different jobs, but I think a common theme is we have to try to like take in all those different inputs
and come up with solutions that sometimes are the least worst option and sometimes are the best option. And I think that, in a way, I feel so lucky to be in this kind of role at this moment where we're having so many, I think, really timely conversations around the role that social media and technology in general should play in young people's lives. So it's uncomfortable sometimes, but also an honor. I would say one thing is that sometimes when you are within the tech company, you can sometimes see a little bit about how things that people are suggesting may not be like possible given the way technology works, or B, may actually have consequences that may like run counter to the goal that the person, be it a policymaker or be it an NGO or be it a parent, are kind of like trying to get. So I think one thing that is, I think, often helpful is to have those constructive conversations that are rooted in, yeah, we have really shared goals here around giving young people safer and more enriching and also more kind of like mindful and reasonable relationships with tech. And sometimes we actually have insights from a tech company perspective about how to get to that goal that may not have been discussed or may not have been thought of, or actually have kind of constructive feedback to say, I see where you're going with this idea. Let me walk you through how this looks from a product design perspective, from a machine learning perspective, from what we know about user experience. And not to say that this solution is the right one, but to make sure that everybody has sort of that nuance of information and discussion to be able to bring all of our like collective expertise to the table. So it is very much a negotiation, and sometimes it's so fascinating and wonderful. Sometimes it can be contentious, but overall, I find it like a really just kind of fascinating experience to be able to be brokering some of those.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think I can say it any better than that. But I think my perspective in terms of how to kind of balance all of these interests and take in all of these different stakeholder perspectives is that as a product, you really want to start from a base of having a strong set of operating principles, being transparent about what those operating principles are so that we're kind of starting from the same place in a conversation, and then just being open to any and all perspectives and feedback, because all of that is helpful for us to figure out how to enrich the user experience and to improve safety throughout our products. So I think those are the foundational kind of stepstones to getting to a good place. There are a lot of different interesting perspectives in this space, but I do still firmly believe that win-win solutions are always possible in terms of delivering great products to younger users and doing it in a way that addresses the major concerns and legitimate concerns that folks have across the board, whether that's parents, teachers, kids, industry stakeholders, so on and so forth.
Gold, do you want any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking and laughing to myself because I think it just really depends. It depends on what the issue is. But my thinking always is you've got to be flexible, you've got to be opportunistic, and you have to know when to leverage the right people in the right way. And so it's about paying attention to the dynamics. Like Alicia said, it's how the sausage is made and when to insert yourself, when to advocate, when to know when to stop. It's very fluid. And so I don't think there's like an easy answer to it. I think it just really depends on the circumstances. But understanding what the goal is, how to get there, when to insert yourself, who to bring in and when is really important to making sure. And also, advocating sometimes angers people, right? Like when you advocate and you're trying to push for your position, especially when it comes to youth safety, people don't always like that. And so you have to kind of figure out a way to do it that doesn't necessarily alienate people, but brings them along for the ride so that they understand where you're coming from, what perspectives you're bringing in, and why your voice matters. So I think that is really, really important when you're in roles like ours that are incredibly cross-functional and you have so many competing interests.
Thank you so much. So I want to ask a question of Nate and Eliza. There's a tendency among people to stereotype groups, and I think that's always a mistake. And I've learned that with young people, stereotypes mean nothing. So I'd like you to tell me a little bit about the diversity of thought among your peers, perhaps fellow members of your advisory councils. I know, Nate, we've had some debates on our council, and we don't all agree. But give us a sense of the breadth of conversation that's going on, ranging from, we need strong controls to, keep the government and industry out of it. We want 100% free speech or whatever. I mean, I'd just like to hear a little bit about some of the discussions that you're having.
Yeah, so one of, I think, the major sources of the way that I think is that I'm a debate kid. So on my team, we do a lot of discussion about policy, especially as it pertains to the online world, because this is something that affects so many aspects of who we are. And I think one thing that I love about debate is it lets me explore both sides. I've looked at Section 230, which is one of the key pieces of legislation when it comes to the restriction of social media. And I've seen that I've explored both sides of that, the sides of companies that want to maintain their own legal immunity and legislators who want to see more action taken from companies. And I feel like, at least in the spaces that I inhibit, you really see the complete range of opinions on this because all of us have explored both sides of that equation. But I feel like a lot of the kids my age outside of those spaces haven't really taken the time to consider the larger implications of the restriction or freedom to use social media. So I think that what's really important is making kids aware, because a lot of my peers have considered these things in depth, but I know that the general teenage population hasn't. And so if you were to take the time to explain the reasons for the restrictions on teen accounts, a lot of them would have a better understanding and be more able to thoughtfully interact with these restrictions, as opposed to when they're simply told, well, you're in Australia, you're under 16, you can't have this account. And I think that it's when we cultivate that awareness that we really see more full-fledged thought and useful interaction come to light. But I think that in general, the average teenager, if you tell them, we're not letting you use a phone on school campus, or you're not allowed to be on a social media platform for more than an hour, which isn't a policy that, as far as I'm aware, exists, but it could, a lot of them are going to see these restrictions and they're going to immediately and flat out reject them, say that, do their best to bypass them. I think cultivating awareness is the key issue when it comes to the question of restricting social media on the teen end.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in my own personal experiences with the Connect Safely Advisory Council, there's just been so many good conversations we've had about issues from AI to free speech. So I'll give you one example. In one of our last conversations, we talked about the new restrictions on free speech across the industry and what our general thoughts were. And I thought it was really interesting because I came in with my own thoughts that I had pretty strong convictions in them. And through that conversation, I learned from a couple of the other members who have had different experiences and have different focuses in their academic careers, but in their personal lives, completely different perspectives. And I thought it was just such a unique opportunity. I don't know if the general population, like you said, is really aware enough to have these pretty nuanced conversations. So I do think continuing to have these youth advisories is such a great place to have these conversations. Another conversation we had was really just had great diversity of opinions was about AI and its future in education. And I think it's, again, I just think having these conversations in maybe these smaller groups is such a great place. Without really widespread awareness, it's gonna be hard to really get like a good nuanced conversation between these people.
Thank you. So I have one last question. It's an easy one. What do you look forward to when you start your work day, school day? When you get up in the morning, you get to work, what do you look forward to? Go down the row.
So much. I think I haven't mentioned our youth council too much, but one thing I really love is getting readouts from our discussions and planning for those discussions. So we have this group of young people, 15 young people from around the world, and we take decisions that we're grappling with in terms of product implementation, how we should write policies, and we have these regular meetings with this like really diverse group of young people. So one thing I just really look forward to is either getting to plan or hear readouts from that group and really like figure out how we can implement some of the feedback that we get from young people. I think that's such a fun part of my day.
Yeah, for me, I look forward to connecting with my colleagues every day, whether that's virtually or in person in our office. I really love a collaborative workspace, and nobody's better at that than Google. So it's really great to be able to work with folks who are so smart on building these products and maintaining them and navigating the public policy space. And then also I love grabbing a latte from the Google Cafe before I go through my morning emails. So that's also great.
I'll start with on the home front. I look forward to cuddles with my kids first thing in the morning. And then when I go into work, I am mission driven. I never thought I would land at Meta until 2.5 years ago. And so what I look forward to is progress. Every day I expect to see progress. Sometimes we slide back, but I expect we go forward. And that's what keeps me ticking and what keeps me excited about my role.
For me, I'd say that it's really learning and building connections. I think that really the key part of my day is getting to talk to people. So talk to my friends, learn from my teachers. I think that really what I thrive on is exchange of opinions. So I love getting to have different conversations every day, interact with my friends at lunch, or learn from different people at the meetings that I have to go to. I think that that's really the key part of my day, and it's what keeps me getting up.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I want to thank our panel, but we're not quite
Nate,
done.
Nate.
Oh, Nate, I'm sorry, Nate.
No,
Oh,
it's okay. It's okay. One of the last things I just feel so lucky to go to the school that I go to. I think it's such a unique place, and it just has such a. I go to Berkeley, and it's just such a unique place. Everyone has such a unique character about them, and I'm very similar. I also really just enjoy talking to people, and there's just never a shortage of interesting thought or a strange perspective that you just come across at Berkeley. And so it's just kind of like you never know what you're going to get every day. So it's just really exciting.
Great. Thank you so much. And we have some time for questions and answers. So feel free to raise a question. And don't be shy. It always takes somebody to start. You get an extra bonus point. In fact, you get an extra piece of swag if you're the first person to ask a question. There we go, the swag winner.
Wait. I want you to hear your voice.
Hi, my name's Nachara, so nice to meet you all. I don't want to mispronounce your name, but the Meta representative, I have a question for you. When you were making the switch from law to working with Meta, what was that like?
My career path is not linear, honestly. We can have a longer chat about it. But I started out at a big firm doing civil litigation. Then I was a prosecutor for almost 9 years, went back into civil litigation, hated it. We can talk about that. And then I pivoted to tech. And I'm going to be real clear. I thought I wanted to be a real estate agent at one point. I thought I might become a public defender. I thought I might become a U.S. attorney, AUSA. And then I met somebody. And this is where the power of relationships come in. Be open to meeting people, because I met somebody who took a chance on me. He happened to be very connected in Silicon Valley. He picked me, brought me into tech, and he changed my life. His name is Mike Brown. And because of him, I was able to move into tech. But it's been, a steep learning curve, starting out in smaller tech companies, which are crazy, and going to a huge behemoth company like Meta was a shift for me. And again, longer conversation, but it was, a learning curve that challenged me in ways. And I would also say that Alicia, who came from academia, and other people who are experts in their fields can easily move into tech. And just because you've been in tech for 10, 15, 20 years doesn't mean you're better at it or better suited for it than people who come from academia, from being a lawyer, it's a place where anybody can thrive. So, if that's something that you want to pursue down the road, be open, meet people, don't give up, and you will find your way into that work.
Thank you.
We have time for one or two more questions. Yes, back there.
Hi, my name is Timothy. Thank you for this really inspiring conversation. It's been really cool seeing youth perspectives being brought to the table. So my question is to the social media representatives. What are other ways besides conversations like these that y'all use to engage youth when making new initiatives, policies, and things like that?
I can start, because I know Alicia talked about the Teen Council. We don't have a teen council like TikTok does, but we do a number of other things. First, user research is a critical tool that we rely on, and we bring teens in. So for example, with teen accounts, we worked hand in hand with teens to understand what they wanted and what mitigations would work for them, as well as meeting with a lot of parents and experts as well. But that's one way, is through user research. We also work with the TTC Labs, Trust, Transparency, and Control Labs, and you should check out their website. We've been working with them for over a decade, but we do prototyping and co-design where we bring teens together and they inform a lot of the product decisions that we make in a hands-on way, meaning they're playing around, they're giving us feedback in real time to help us assess and evaluate what the product experience should look like. And then we also meet with teen groups that are connected to a lot of the experts or people we work with. So we will meet with the AAP Teens Council. We will meet with the Digital Wellness Labs Teen Council. So we use teens at different points depending on what the needs are. But bottom line, teen voices matter, as do parent voices, guardian voices, expert voices, and it is, back to Larry's original point, a juggling act. But you have to hear from all sides in order to really design the right mitigations and a product that sticks.
Thanks. We have time for a very quick question and very quick answer. Go ahead.
So hi, my name is Maya. I'm the executive director for the Bay Area Urban Debate League. So my job is we teach kids how to use policy debate throughout the Bay Area, and especially in schools that wouldn't traditionally have debate teams. With that being said, when y'all opened this conversation up, you stated about how you guys were trying to bring awareness around exploitation and trafficking, and being that y'all are in the Bay, which is one of the biggest sex trafficking hubs, how are y'all talking to Black and brown boys and girls about the experiences and things they should know directly? And when I say that, I know you guys said, well, there's stuff on the website. That's not always accessible. I mean, even today, trying to scan the QR code, everybody can't scan it. So how are you making sure, like I tell my students, if it's convenient for you, it's probably wrong for somebody else?
Yeah, I can take this one on because I did raise the exploitation. So we just launched the curriculum today, so I can get back to you in terms of what it looks like in terms of interacting with local communities. I also, again, I was a prosecutor in Cocoa County in San Francisco, and I worked on child exploitation cases, so I know the landscape and I hear you loud and clear. One of the things that we do in my team, I'm not specifically on the child exploitation team, but it's an adjacent team to me. But I think that the in-person education and involving industry, bringing industry to schools, finding ways for teens to hear from companies and to listen to teens in terms of what you just said, what is right, what is gonna work, what isn't gonna work is really important. So we look for opportunities to have those dialogues. We do have teams within Meta who do a lot of the reach outs, whether it's local or on a national level or globally, and I'm happy to find out if there's somebody specific who we could send to work with your debating organization. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe
Yeah,
offer
quickly,
one more
yeah.
thing. I think there's so much strength in these partnerships between tech companies, organizations like the PTA, organizations that work kind of in schools and directly with young people. In some ways, I don't know that it's right for tech companies to sort of show up in all those spaces, but I think we can provide resources and support and partnerships to do that. But I think one of the really powerful things about working at a tech company is that you have your product. I mean, that's where young people are also engaging, is in the product itself. And so whether it's things like, we block the sending and receiving of nudity and direct messages for under 18s, for example, things like that where, using our creators and using people who are like, voices that are popular on the platform. Actually, Matt over in the corner when he was at TikTok, did a number of great kind of collaborations with creators on YouTube to do PSAs around media literacy and mindful tech use, and it shows up right in the feed. So the idea is that, it's true that sometimes standalone resources can struggle to get in front of the people who can most make use of them, although they also have the opportunity to have more information and, that you can kind of get in like a 60-second video or like a quick tip in a product. But I do think that that's a great opportunity for a lot of our platforms, in partnership with experts, in partnership with young people. Actually, I've just been working with our youth council on some new educational notices and DMs, which will, be continuing to iterate in the coming months. And I think that's where,
some of those young people who won't necessarily engage in a formal program, but will get that kind of what we sometimes call just-in-time education as they're using the product itself. Sometimes that can be the most impactful.
And I'll just flag one more thing that YouTube does as well, kind of on the other side of that coin about having community involvement and the expertise of local communities and groups in flagging harmful content and making sure that harmful messages aren't spreading on our platform. So we have what's called the Priority Flagger program. And so we partner with a number of local NGOs, government agencies, all levels of government, in the US and across the globe, who are really great at identifying harmful content that violates our community guidelines in their communities. And they kind of have a streamlined pathway to alert us to that so that we can take action quicker and better understand where we're seeing issues with content on the platform.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. ConnectSafely has a number of materials that cover some of those areas, and we would be delighted to work with your organization and others to get more of a community access. So thank you. I want to thank our great panel. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Okay. Ready to go. Thank you. And as our panelists depart the stage, thank you again. I want to introduce Buffy Wicks, who is an assembly member from Berkeley and parts of Oakland, and has been very active in legislation, some of which I agree with, some of which I don't, but all of which I respect, because she really is engaged in trying to find ways to make the internet a better place for young people, including having written the Age Appropriate Design Act, which is a very major piece of legislation here in California. So, Assemblywoman Wicks, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure having you.
Thank you. Thank you. How's everyone doing today? Good. It's good to see you all. So my name is Buffy. It's my real name, in case you're curious, because everyone always asks that question. I represent the beautiful East Bay, Oakland, Berkeley, Richmond area. I got a woo. All right, I hear a woo over there. I got elected in 2018, so I've been here. I'm starting my 7th year. And I've been working on really trying to legislation pertaining to keeping our kids safe online since I got here. And I actually worked prior to this for an organization called Common Sense Media, which some of you may have heard of. So I have some familiarity with the issue. And I'm going to gear my remarks towards the teens in the room. First and foremost, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for caring. Thank you for being in this space. You are the most powerful people in this room. So I just want you to understand that power in your advocacy and what you care about. So thank you. And you are the ones who are going to be the change agents in this world. And let me tell you, the grown-ups, we've messed up a lot of things. So, and I put myself in that category. But I have hope and faith because of those of you in this room, and you represent many others out there who care about this world deeply and are engaged in a serious way. So appreciate your advocacy here. You know, I came to this space and work on this issue because I'm a mom. I've got an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old. And I see my 8-year-old, you know, this past year, she asked, number 1 on her Christmas list to Santa was an iPhone 16 Pro. And I said, maybe when you're in college, because I'm going to anchor high on the negotiation, knowing that it's going to be a constant conversation between now and whenever she gets a phone. But, you know, my children are not Luddites. They have tablets. You know, I rely on those when we travel. Like, I don't know what people did before travel. What did children do? I mean, so, you know, and, you know, we monitor screen time and we do all of these things as responsible parents. But it's a tough, you know, it's a tough battle. It's tougher being a kid right now. You know, growing up now is difficult. Growing up in the world that we live in now is much more difficult, I think, than when, you know, many of us did as well. So, you know, I come to this really with the idea of these products have to be safer for our kids. You know, I'm not a huge fan of the model that says ban all of it, parental controls on everything. I'm more in the camp of this is a consumer product and let's make sure it's safe like a consumer product. And that's essentially what the Age Appropriate Design Code is. That's a bill that I wrote, authored, and got signed into law a couple years ago that basically said, this is a product, if it's likely to be accessed by kids, which are a lot of different products online, it needs to be by design and by default safe for kids. Because we know kids are going to access it. So it should be a safe product. You know, and I equate this similarly to when my daughters were babies. You know, there's federal regulation on the slats, the width of the slats in the crib. They can't be a certain width, right? It's a safety issue. There's federal regulations around child safety seats. I, as a consumer, don't have to go talk to the manufacturer and ask, does this pass all these protocols? I know that it is safe because it is federally regulated as such, right? I know those products are safe. Similarly, I want to know the products that my children are accessing online are safe for kids. And that's essentially what age-appropriate design is. So that's a big piece of legislation I've done. I also have done legislation in the space around child sexual abuse materials and a bunch of other things. And I'm going to be doing more tech regulation again this year. And I will tell you, I have like a frenemy relationship with the tech industry. You know, I have gone to bat against them many, many times. I've also started to see them come to the table in a more serious way over the last couple years. And it's because of people like you in this room who are demanding that change of those companies. That is why they are changing. They are changing because we are demanding that they do that. And the only way that we can do that is if we do that together, is if teens, parents, advocates, and others, and lawmakers do that together. And they're starting to do it, and I appreciate their willingness to come to the table, but the only reason they're doing it is because you all are ensuring that they do that. You know, when I passed age-appropriate design code, there was a young woman, Emmy, who came and testified in all my hearings. At the time, I think she was 16. So she came and testified, and she was the most powerful messenger I could have on that bill. You know, we would have experts and researchers and academics and politicians and everyone else speaking out about the bill, but the most important voice was hers, because she laid out in stark terms why she wanted the internet to be safer and the experiences that she had as a teen growing up in the world we live in today, and how that was so important. And for me, you know, I really try to ensure that teens are front and center in these conversations as we talk about all the different policy trade-offs we have to make. But to be clear, we need to make sure you all keep the company's feet to the fire, and me, the politician, and my colleagues. You know, I saw Josh Hoover was here earlier. He's a Republican colleague of mine. We sit on the privacy committee. He's a wonderful person. I'm a Democrat. I represent probably the most progressive district in the country, Berkeley, Oakland, Richmond area. I work with Republicans on these issues. You know, to date, this has been bipartisan. I know, it's amazing, right? Actually working with someone from the other party. To date, it has been bipartisan. I don't know if that's going to change with the current federal administration. The tone and tenor has certainly changed in the legislature in the last couple weeks, but my hope is that we can continue to work on these things in a bipartisan fashion, because all of us on Privacy Committee were parents. We're parents before we're Democrats and Republicans. You know, and that is what really has brought us to the table to want to work collaboratively on these. You know, the companies are coming to the table. That is good. They're not doing enough, in my opinion. They're not doing enough to keep our kids safe, and they need to do more, and it is their responsibility to do more. And I want to work collaboratively with you to demand those changes that we want to see on the internet. You know, I'll also tell you what I've seen happen is, you know, a bill will be introduced. The companies are neutral as individual companies. The trade associations are opposed. The trade associations oppose the bill, hire a bunch of lobbyists, either try to kill the bill or when it gets signed into law, sue to stop the bill. And the companies can say, but I was neutral. I didn't try to stop any of the regulation. I'm the good guy. When in reality, they fund the trade associations that then go and sue and stop the bill. I've had that experience happen to me. So, you know, we have to make sure we keep pushing the companies. And again, we've seen some positive steps over the past couple years, and I think we will continue to see that. And I'm so happy that there's industry here with teens and advocates and others to have these conversations, because I think the only way that you come up with good policy on this is when people with diverse points of view, with different experiences, different opinions, come to the table to try to really reach something that we think can work for folks. But my main message is just thank you. We have to do this together. I'm so appreciative of all of you in this room today. My door is always open. No matter what your opinion is, my door is always open to hear you out, and to try to craft a better online environment for our kids so that you all are safe from all of the ills. Because there's also things that, the great things the internet provides us as well, and connectivity and all of those good things that we want to make sure we can still experience while we guard for the more nefarious aspects. You know, I view my job as a lawmaker, my number one job as a lawmaker is to keep our communities safe. That's the number one job. And particularly from my perspective, our kids. And I say that as a mom. So thank you so much for your advocacy. Keep pushing these companies. I will be there side by side with you, working with them, working against them, working in all certain ways, trying to come up with some collaborative approaches that ultimately keep you all safe online. So with that, appreciate you all being here. Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. Carrie Gallagher. I'm really excited for our second breakout session. This time, you're going to review the notes you took during the first session, and you're going to brainstorm some of your potential approaches to answering those questions. Now, these approaches, they can be policy, they could be programs in schools, they could be programs that are meant for parents, they could be community events, they could be really the sky is the limit. And each of your potential approaches doesn't have to solve the whole problem or answer all of the questions. It may end up being a multifaceted approach that you will propose. So do not limit yourself or consider necessarily even the feasibility or the cost of your solutions at this stage. This brainstorming stage is important that it is truly the sky's the limit, and it is okay if some of the solutions are at odds with each other at this early stage. Use the chart paper to really get that solution list going. Take the notes on your Google Doc, and yeah, go at it. I'm really excited to see what you all come up with at these tables. Thank you so much for
Thanks so much. So I'm going to introduce some really amazing musicians. Ezekiel McCarter, I've known for several years, and he's fantastic, and you'll see. Will Maggot, I've known for 38 years. I paid for a lot of trumpet lessons, and they paid off. So without further ado, you're going to enjoy this.
It's a real honor to be here. I just came in from Oakland. Thank you. Yeah, more shout outs for the East Bay. I love that. One of the reasons that it's an honor, my dad's done a lot of really great work in this field, and I've witnessed that throughout my life. And I grew up very close to technology. Like as a young child, like I remember, luminaries in the tech world being there. And because of that, because technology has always been with my life, like many of you, I have a complicated relationship with social media. It's amazing, but it also, sometimes I need a break from it. I actually took a 2-month break from social media, and I'm back on it. I have a much healthier relationship with it. One of the things I really learned in that break was just, a lot of this conference today is about making the internet safer and making us have healthier relationships with that. And part of that, for me, really came from unplugging at times and taking like as much time as I needed just to get away from it for a second so I could come back. And now what I've realized is having a passion like music, as an example, something that I can tap into, kind of like a meditation, is really, really, really helpful. So I wanted to start for this quick performance, and you guys can eat. We'll have lunch soon, so don't worry. I just wanted to start with a very quick little trumpet meditation, and I encourage you all, if anyone's ever feeling stressed out, there's a lot to be stressed out about right now in the world. Just whatever that might be for you, cooking, reading a book, just putting your phone away for a second and just enjoying that. So I'm going to actually turn my microphone off. I'm going to play just some acoustic trumpet for you for 30 seconds or so, and then we'll bring Zeke up and do a song that we wrote together. Okay.
Good afternoon. How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Come on, show your love and real rap. Yeah. Now we wrote this song about 10 plus years ago. We all Understand the value of a digital detox outside the box. Since life is all we got, live it outside the box, yeah. Live it outside the box, yeah. Good times, they ain't gon' stop. Oh, no, no, no. Come on, live it outside the box, yeah. Live it outside the box, yeah. Alright, since life is all we got, this life, baby, live it outside the box, yeah. Live it outside the box. Alright, good times, they ain't gon' stop. Oh, no, 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 no. Live it outside the box, yeah. Live it outside the box. Alright. In this circle of life, we gon' balance it real nice. Real nice. See, it's time that I step outside my shell. See just for myself how to change the weather just to get a little peace of mind. Yes, I got to strut myself. All we need is good love, yeah, to come together. Let me hear you say, oh yeah. Say, oh yeah. Since life is all we got, that's right. Come on, hold your feet, everybody. Live it outside the box, yeah. Especially if you got an appetite. Come on, one step closer to lunchtime. Good times, and ain't gon' stop. All night. Come on, live it outside the box, yeah. Live it outside the box, yeah. What we doing today? Since life is all we got. It's life. Live it outside the box, yeah. Live it outside the box, yeah. One more time. Good times, and ain't gon' stop. Oh, no, no, no. Somebody sing. Live it outside. I love you. I love you. Make some noise for yourself. Good times, and ain't gon' stop. Show your love for all that. Since life is all we got. Yeah, live it outside the box. Live it outside the box. Good time, they ain't gon' stop. Like we used to do it. Live it outside the box. How about a good digital detox sometime? Since life is all we got. It's life, baby. Live it outside the box, yeah. Good times, it ain't gon' stop. Happy Black History Month too. Live it outside the box, yeah. Live it out, live it outside the box. Since love is all we got, sing it. Live it outside the box, yeah. Oh yeah, just like that, just like that. Good times, it ain't gon' stop. Live it outside the box, yeah. Since life is all we got. Oh yeah, live it outside the box, yeah. How about a good digital detox? Thank you all. In the words of the late great Prince, use the machine, don't let the machine use you. I should. Can we go one more for you? Are you ready to just on full right now? Do you want to do one more? You can do what? Yeah, let's do it. We're gonna play something we've never played before this first time. No one's ever heard it before. Exclusive. We went to the Texas Eclipse last year, the festival. I don't know if you heard about it. It was amazing. We were only there for the first day because of, unfortunately, the production. Yeah, with the weather wasn't, filling the entirety of the festival. But we got to experience the first day of it, and I'm from Texas. I was born and raised in East Texas. Born in Tyler, Texas, specifically raised in Houston, Texas, and graduated high school at Austin. I'm a bit of a hybrid as a military kid, grew up in the Bay Area as well. And I was blessed. We were blessed to go play the festival together. And it's at the time of our lives, especially considering how chaotic, just unhinged things were at that time. But there's so much joy and peace that we synthesized together on that drive from Austin to the festival. I got to see some of the horses and all the ranch, and you feel right at home. It's like, okay, well, how can we integrate that peace into a more sonic experience?
So this song starts with some horses that Zeke sampled, and you'll hear the horses throughout. The song's called Ride Like the Wind.
Ride Like the Wind. You got any Toy Story fans out here? Anybody watch Toy Story growing up? Come on, ride like the wind, bullseye. Come on, it's our time. Hey. Run up the whole team, run up the whole dream, run up the whole ski-lo, run up the ego team, run up my inner peace until I run up the energy. So run up and you'll get done up, guys, don't play about me while I'm running up all the real and running up major deals, running up dollar bills and running up major hills till I run it up, get health and wealth, Shikari rich. Run it up, watch me ride like the wind. Just ride like the wind. Ride like the wind. Just ride like the wind. Ride like the wind. Just ride like the wind. Ride like the wind. Just ride like the wind. Here we go. Wind. When she's riding through my mind like a stallion, sat on the skateboard, movie. Cowgirl got a king in my galleon, so willing and able to ride like the wind. See, we be breezy on easy streets. When again, we're the wind, will never cease. Just keep my eyes to the sky, see all night, Saturday night, riding like the wind. Just ride like the wind. Ride like the wind. Just ride like the wind. Let's do the shout out. Rise like the wind. Rise like the wind. Ride like the wind. Just ride like the wind. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping it breezy. In the house, if it's your birthday, got the air signs, ride just like the wind, just ride like the wind, ride like the wind, ride like the wind, ride just like the wind. All success to you this year beyond. Ride like the wind, ride. Forward ever, backwards never. Much love, peace, prosperity, and joy to you this 2025. Ride like the wind, baby. Ride like the wind. Understand.
Yeah. No, no. Yeah, and how old are you? I'm a senior. Senior. And a girl. Yeah. Are 22 months apart. Not 5 years. Hopefully should not be that much more right here. In the beginning, and then I feel like then you're moving together. There's obviously benefits. Yes, yes. Yeah. How about you? We had a lot of items. Yes, I bet you can. Been surprising when you say I think just that just but at the same time going as a just yes, he didn't know what buttons he was pushing as he was dropping stuff off of her dresser. Oh, or maybe he did. Her favorite piggy bank that was her. Whoops. She would have said it for me. Yeah. Yeah, but you know, it's funny listening to the technology issues and how how different. Yeah. Well, and because the two of them actually had. I mean, Jackson, what is this? The music game that you were playing? You know, with Spotify. I don't. It's not really a game, but the way you and Kate connect, like you've got. I mean, it's just. But I think it's cool.
Hello again. Can everybody take their seats, please?
Somebody does a head, somebody does body, somebody does the bottom, and then you open it, and then
Wow, all sorts of excitement getting pictures of the superintendent.
like with songs, and I have my phone number in my phone. Wow.
Folks, we'd like to get started. If you could take your seats.
Right here. So all you would do is
What am I doing?
Bam. So I'll stay
Do I have to do something?
No.
Okay.
I was saying it for her.
Okay, Patty, don't forget it. Maureen, time? How much time should we get? Folks, we're about ready to get started. Patty, you're doing the time, right? Okay. Well, so I hope, what do you guys think of the music earlier today? Great, well, thank you. I enjoyed it. And I hope everybody had a good lunch. I hope your blood sugar is a little higher, not too high, but high enough, and everybody's feeling good. It's a great honor to have our next speaker here. Tony Thurmond is the California Superintendent of Public Instruction. So basically, he is in charge of education for the entire state of California. And now, with all sorts of things happening at the federal level, having protection here at the state level is more important than ever. So we're very fortunate to have a very strong, articulate, and forceful person in this position. Superintendent Thurmond is a former member of the California legislature, so he understands policy making and now is in a great position to implement policy. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome you up, and we'd love to hear your remarks. Thank you very much.
Larry said I was supposed to talk for 5 hours. I can cut it in half, and how about I just keep it? Everybody was like, okay. Thank you, Larry, for those kind words. Good afternoon. Come on, y'all. Good afternoon. You've had lunch. You feel a little relaxed. I get it. But you're here in the state capitol. It's a pleasure to welcome you to your state capitol. I love that today's conversation is centered on the voices of young people around safer internet. And so for all of you young people who are here, you could have been anywhere. Let's give a big round of applause to all these young leaders. I would like to have your homework on my desk by the end of the day. Just kidding, no homework. But really, we do need to hear from you about what do we do to make the internet safer and how to maximize this resource. And I just say that because some of us, like me, have been around since the earth cooled. And I was around the internet around its foundings. I can remember when some vice president of this country, former vice president, said that he had created the internet. I think that was in 1999. I think about the internet many times in relation to what students have access to. Someone came in my office the other day, and there's some old pieces of equipment that just sit on the desk just for conversation, like a typewriter, right? Whoever used that? I went to college, I went to a computer center to borrow the computer for an hour to write a paper. I actually turned in papers written by hand. Can you believe that? Especially with my terrible handwriting, right? Things have changed in a remarkable way, that we have now internet that wasn't just created by the former vice president, but is super fast, lightning fast, and provides a great tool. But every tool has a flip side. And if we don't have good digital literacy and programs, these tools can be harmful, right? People talk about the Super Bowl. What they don't talk about at the Super Bowl is that for years, the Super Bowl meant an event where there were some of the highest levels of human trafficking taking place, right? And so as you all think about how to make the internet safe, how do we keep young people safe? How do we keep families safe? How do we make it more than just fakes? How do we make it more than scams? How do we make it more than breaches? How do we make it a tool that can be useful? And so I'm very interested in the perspective that our young leaders have to share. I want you to know three things. One, the U.S. Department of Education is not going to go away. You might have heard rumors that they're going to try and get rid of it. We are not going to let that happen on our watch, because education is the cornerstone of our democracy. I can't imagine that anyone, including a president, would go after education. We're not going to let that happen. I'll tell you stories. Education saved my life. I wouldn't be here but for the fact to get the chance to get an education. The second thing I want you to know is that we are not going to allow Americans and Californians to just be torn apart over all kinds of issues, even like immigration. And this year, I wrote a bill called SB 48 that says that the immigration agency, ICE, has no place on a school campus. Stay off of our campuses. Let's keep our families together. Immigrant communities contribute so much to the state and to this country. And, let's create a fair path to citizenship and keep ICE off our campuses, because the disruption harms students, and it actually costs our schools money. Many schools have already seen a dip in attendance because of immigration threats. And as you may know, California is one of only 5 or 6 states that still gets attendance based on average daily attendance. When a student shows up, there's a certain amount of money. When a student doesn't show up, we lose a certain amount of money. And so the threat to our schools from immigration raids could be as high as $100 million in revenue that our schools need, and that they're struggling. They don't have revenue, and so we need them to have revenue. The third thing is that we will never stand for abuses of our kids. We're not gonna let anybody threaten our LGBTQ plus kids, black kids, immigrant kids. In California, we don't ban books, and we believe in accepting the beautiful diversity that exists in our state. And so I realize I'm off script and off message, but to me, it is all tied together. And again, education's a lifesaver. My grandparents, I'm the descendant of slaves. I'm the descendant of immigrants from places like San Andres, Colombia, Jamaica, Panama, where my mom was born. My grandparents met in Panama, and all their kids were born there. In Detroit, Michigan, by way of Mississippi. My dad, there's always somebody from Detroit, Mississippi. My dad was raised in Detroit. He went straight into the U.S. Army during Vietnam, and he didn't return. I found my father on the internet when I was 40 years old. That was our first conversation. On the internet, I found my father that way. My mom was raising 4 kids by herself. I was born in Monterey, lived in San Jose. My mom was a teacher. She immigrated here to become a teacher in San Jose, but she was really sick. When my dad was off fighting in Vietnam, my mom got sick. She had cancer. I was 6 years old. She passed away. Her 4 kids all got split up. We literally lived in a valley. Before there was any Silicon Valley, we lived in a real valley in San Jose, and we got split up. I didn't see my older brother and sister for almost 10 years. My 5-year-old brother and I got sent to live in Philadelphia, where we got raised by my cousin, who was also an immigrant from Panama, who didn't have a formal education, but she believed in education. She said, stay in school, it will make your life better. She was absolutely right. All my teachers and school staff delivered a message that education will save your life, will change your life, no matter how your life starts. And I want to share that with you all. Whatever you decide to do in your life, whether it's in technology or not, education will carry you wherever you want to go. And the fact that you stepped up today to be a leader is so powerful and so important. And I'm so grateful that you've chosen to be in your state capital to make change. And I grew up in a household where we didn't have food half the time. I was on the free lunch program. We received food stamps, which would be like today's EBT card, where you get free coupons to buy the food. And we had donations of government cheese, which is like a box of cheese in a block wrapped in this super thick plastic. You had to fight to get into it. If you got into that box, it might be the best grilled cheese or quesadilla you ever had, but you had to fight to get into it. And the slice of cheese on my sandwich was like this thick, right? It was hard then, but looking back now, those programs helped my family to overcome poverty. Getting an education was the thing that was the greatest gift in terms of helping us to overcome poverty. It changed my life. I became a social worker. I worked with foster youth and kids in the juvenile justice system. I got elected as a city council member, school board member, state legislator, and twice as a state superintendent of schools. And so education will change your life, and having access to digital education can change lives. And so as you're talking about how we get better cybersecurity, as you're talking about how we have ways to prevent fakes and breaches, I'd like you to also think about how we really make sure that we have technology in the hands of young people from all backgrounds. It was really shocking to learn during the pandemic that we had 1 million students who did not have access to a computer or access to high-speed internet. In some cases, no internet. And so one of the first hearings that I called during the pandemic was to demand that the CEOs of all the internet service providers show up to a hearing here in Sacramento, and that they talk about their plan to give kids internet who didn't have it, and to give it for free. They all went running for the hills. All their lobbyists called me. They didn't want to talk to me. They thought I was threatening them, and I wasn't trying to threaten them. I was just saying we cannot be California and we have kids who don't have access to the internet. And so during the pandemic, it's sad, but it took the pandemic for us to learn about these discrepancies and for us to be able to get money to give students access to computers and to the internet. We sponsored legislation with anybody from Long Beach here. Senator Lena Gonzalez was the author of that legislation. It generated $6 billion so that we could create broadband all across the state. Many of you know our rural communities go without access. That's being changed as a result of those resources. We're able to get donated laptops for our students. But to me, in a state that has Silicon Valley and technology in LA and other places, we should not have to depend on donated computers and hotspots. We cannot hotspot our way into, I want California to be on top in terms of our ability to produce those who will work in technology. You want to work as a computer scientist? I want us to help you. Last year, we sponsored a bill, a computer science for all bill. We think that all students should know coding, even if you're not going to work in that sector. People say, why you sponsor a bill about coding? I said, because if you look at what AI is doing now, when AI can be used to teach teachers how to teach computer science, that's a great tool, and we must harness the power of AI. I'm one of those people who doesn't see AI as just getting rid of a teacher's job. A computer will never be able to teach or support a student in the way that the real thing can. And I just think that's a great place to put your hands together. But I think we have to harness the technology to use it. There are districts that are using AI right now to evaluate students' knowledge in reading or math, and to come up with tips and tools to help that student to improve their proficiency. That's an aid that we can use, and it doesn't have to replace a teacher or a classified staff or a one-on-one aid. We need all those great people working in our schools. And so as you think about your advocacy, I'd like you to think about what else can we do to close the digital divide. There never should have been a digital divide anywhere in this country. But unlike Europe and other places where they make the internet available, in this country, it's treated like any other commodity. And there's almost no regulation really about how technology and the access to internet works. And I think that has to change. We're taking steps in California, and some of you students may find this unsettling or controversial, but I was proud to support the bill that says we should limit cell phones in school times, because like the internet, sometimes cell phone at school gets used to bully other kids. You know, coming out of the pandemic, we've seen, as you all know better than me, think about your friends. We've seen the highest rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidality. And it is proven that there are algorithms that are there to only drag us deeper and deeper and deeper into use. And we have to offset that. And I think that those who work in social media and technology have a role to help us balance that, to help us get access to mental health resources to help our kids. If you heard nothing else that I said today, remember these three numbers, 988. You can text or call or chat on 988 24 hours a day, 7 days a week if you want to talk to a counselor who can help you. And we are in the process of trying to recruit 10,000 more counselors to work in our schools. We developed a scholarship that we will give to anyone who wants to become a mental health clinician or a teacher in our schools. When we developed the scholarship, it was $20,000 per participant. If you know somebody who wants to do it, just give me a call. 1-800, where you at? And I'll make sure we help you get connected to that money, because we need to have these resources. Our job, I believe, our job in schools is to make sure that we provide academic rigor to prepare our students for a great future, to provide the mental health supports that they need to be supported no matter what is happening, and to get on pathways to careers that you can engage in to help make a difference in your community so you can make a difference for your family. This is a state where great things exist, but yet we have 240,000 homeless students in the state. 10,000 of those students are completely unaccompanied. I can't get my mind around that. And so we've got legislation this year that says we're going to provide housing to them and wraparound supports. We have legislation that says we're going to build 2 million housing units on school campuses, because schools have 75,000 acres of land that's ready for development. We're going to make sure that students learn to read by 3rd grade, because when you learn to read by 3rd grade, you're less likely to drop out. And if you drop out, you're more likely to end up in the criminal justice system. So simply by educating our kids, you can clap for that, just by educating our kids, just by educating our kids, we can educate and not incarcerate kids in the great state of California. And so there's so many things that lie ahead for us to address. We have challenges and opportunities, but the internet is clearly a tool that can help us to work through that. And thank you for making the internet safer today and every day, and for continuing to give back. As you get your education, giving your input, guiding us and advising us on how we can have safer internet, more useful internet, and how we can be more useful to the 40 million people in the great state of California. Thank you for having me here today. I hope we have wonderful conversations.
Thank you again, Superintendent Thurmond. It was really a great honor to have you here. Speaking of great honors, we had hoped to have another prominent speaker, the first partner of the state of California, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, also the wife of the governor. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, she's in Washington, D.C. on state business today, so she was unable to attend, but she was kind enough to record a video that we're going to play. So we have a video greeting in lieu of having her here in person.
Hi everyone, I'm Jennifer Siebel Newsom, first partner of California, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to join you for Safer Internet Day. Today's gathering is about more than just acknowledging the challenges of navigating the online world. It's about empowering young people to use their voices, share their experiences, and help shape a safer, healthier digital future for all of us. Young people are not just the users of technology, they're its most essential stakeholders, and their insights are invaluable as we work to address the risks and harms associated with social media and the internet. As a mother of 4, I know firsthand how challenging it can be to guide young people in a tech-saturated world. The internet offers incredible tools for communication, education, and creativity, but it also presents real risks to mental health, well-being, and safety. In California, we're working diligently to protect our kids online, from safeguarding children's privacy to implementing regulations that ensure all algorithms don't harm youth well-being, to ensuring that schools are optimized for learning rather than affording digital distractions. But the work doesn't stop there. Real change requires partnership between policymakers, tech companies, educators, families, and most importantly, young people. We've seen the critical role that technology can play in connecting people in times of crisis, but also the growing spread of misinformation, hate, and fear-mongering when that technology is unregulated and in the hands of unfettered capitalists. These experiences remind us of the dual-edged nature of technology if unchecked. Through the Office of the First Partner and the California Partners Project, we've seen how families are striving to adapt to the complexities of today's digital world. That's why we've developed tools and resources to help families address their concerns and thrive together. One can find these resources at calpartnersproject.org/techlifebalance or on my First Partner page at gov.ca.gov. Let's work together to build an internet that supports connection, equity, and safety, protecting and nurturing the minds, bodies, and environments of not just California's children, but our world's children. Thank you.
And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next panel on well-being, one that I'm very much looking forward to. And that's going to be moderated by Tammy Baumack. And Tammy is the Vice President of Civility at Roblox. How many people here have played Roblox? Wow, lots of people. So Tammy, come on up, and will the panelists come up as well?
Hello, hello. Wow, what a powerhouse day this has been so far, hasn't it? I'm more inspired now, and I needed this. It's been rough, but I'm so inspired now that I'm hearing these voices of these amazing young people. And it's actually made me much more resolute. And I think what we're going to talk about today and the importance of incorporating youth voice in everything that we do meaningfully. I am so honored to be moderating this session on thriving online, promoting resilience and well-being in a connected world. We have some amazing panelists, two amazing teens. I'm going to go through and allow you guys to introduce yourself because I couldn't do it justice, and two representatives from industry, although I guess, Matt, you're kind of industry, but yeah, you can introduce yourself. But I'd love to be able to go down the line and have you all introduce yourselves. Annika, Raffel, please.
Hi, my name is Annika, and I am a senior at Palo Alto High School. So other than, okay. Tell you from the top, can you hear me? Okay, great. I'm a senior at Palo Alto High School, and other than being on ConnectSafely's Youth Advisory Council, I'm also on my city's youth council, Palo Alto Youth Council. I fundraise for Rise Together Education, which helps students at my school who come from low-income backgrounds afford college. I'm a rower, and I do journalism at my school.
Hi, I'm Ovi. I'm a sophomore at Saratoga High School from California, and I'm a part of Snapchat's Council for Digital Wellbeing, where we as a group are working to make Snap a safer place for teens online. Besides that, I'm also on my city's youth commission, where we're focusing on creating events partnered with the city council towards youth involvement in our city.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Boucher, and I serve as the Global Head of Platform Safety at Snap, the company behind Snapchat, and Ovi is one of our youth that are here today. We have two other youth here today as well, serving on our inaugural Council for Digital Wellbeing. Pleasure to be with you.
And I'm Matt Soeth. I'm the Executive Director for Thriving in Games Group, also known as TIG for short. I've been there only a few months. We're a brand new nonprofit focused heavily on game design, game development, very technical stuff. Previously, I was on the Global Trust and Safety team at TikTok. If you're from here in the Central Valley, I also helped start a nonprofit you may know called I Can Help. And I'm also on the board for the Aaron Judge All Rise Foundation, which if you like baseball, you know him. And if you don't, that's okay. You probably don't. That's okay too.
So I had a little conversation with Annika and Ove a little bit before this, and I told them that I really want to hear from them, really. This is their opportunity to speak to industry, to speak to policymakers. Tell us. Let's listen to them because they're building the future that they have to live in. We're not living in it. So really want to make sure that you have time along with these amazing industry representatives as well. I want to hear your voice. The Common Sense Media just did a research project where they found out that 6 in 10 teens ages 13 to 18 years old expressed doubt that tech companies will prioritize their mental health and well-being over profit. This is tough to hear from somebody from industry. This is really, really tough to hear. And I really would love to open it up in terms of getting your perspectives on that bit of research. Is it true?
I can speak. Yes, I definitely see this in my community and in myself and young people around me. I think that we all know that these companies are for-profit companies. Obviously, we don't want that to change, but I think that paired with not always seeing the results of the different safeguards that are put in place and not always knowing what resources are accessible to us in order to make these social media and online areas and spaces safer can lead to these feelings that these companies don't necessarily care about our well-being.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think the topic of generative AI and social media and digital safety itself, I don't think it's properly addressed in terms of a school community. As terms of me and my friends, we're definitely aware of the fact that, our digital privacy is not always a top priority, especially for these companies, so that statistic does in fact speak to that. But in terms of generative AI specifically, I don't think people really understand how much their digital safety is being compromised, especially when they give personal information or things like that that generally compromise their safety online. And on social media, there definitely have been complaints about people not seeing the content that is truly appropriate to what they want to see. And not that they don't really understand how that works, it's just that they don't want to see it. And I know people that have put through reports and they've put through complaints, but they haven't always been implemented. So that statistic does in fact cover that people don't really understand, and also they're not seeing the changes that they want to see.
Got it. Jacqueline, Matt, do you have a point of view on it? Well, I don't believe Snapchat was actually included in that research, but I'm going to leave that aside. I can just say that from our perspective, we are very committed to teen and youth health and safety on the platform. And I'll be sharing some research that we do every year to provide that evidentiary base, not just for Snapchat, but for the entire ecosystem. We have a cross-disciplinary effort across the company. Basically, every aspect, every discipline, every function within the company is dedicated to trust and safety and building that kind of building safety really into the DNA of the platform. We are about teens, we are for teens, we are for young people on the platform, so we are not foregoing that responsibility whatsoever. But we do believe that it does take others as well. Safety, as Nicole from Meta pointed out earlier, it's about risk mitigation. There is no absolute state of being safe online or anywhere else. And that's something that we really need to grasp as a society broadly, and then we can all approach it together. It takes parents, it takes educators, it takes students, it takes tech companies, it takes law enforcement and government and everyone really doing their part. It really is a whole of society approach that we need to adopt.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it can be a nice North Star, but the understanding is it will never be reached, right? Matt, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I think the biggest shift that I'm seeing in that regard is one is trying to show how prioritizing safety and well-being actually improves the overall experience of a game, right? That we can go as a safety team or safety professional, you can point to specific data, KPIs, and metrics and say, hey, if we do this, like our players do better in these spaces. And one of the general mantras, if players thrive, platforms thrive. So now it's a matter of trying to tie that to very specific data and metrics about how not just doing the right thing, but having tools and mechanisms in place to implement all of those things has a direct impact on the bottom line of the platform. And if you can start to tie financial goals into overall player and community goals, and you start to see the things improve, that conversation is just coming around, because previously a lot of the conversations and metrics have been around overall performance and user retention and numbers that a lot of people, if you work in marketing and business, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. When we talk about the human interaction and the human satisfaction of existing in these spaces and playing games and having positive connections, like that's been the thing of trying to quantify that's been much more challenging.
Yeah, and I also know, here at Roblox, we spend an inordinate amount of resources and time developing educational materials. But I mean, to be completely honest, we need to really look intricately at ourselves to make sure that we're landing that in a really, really authentic way, and we're using the right channels to deliver. So to your point, it's delivered to you authentically. So yeah, thank you for that. I do want to turn things over to Jacqueline to give an overview on the Digital Wellbeing Index that you mentioned. So if you could maybe take us through that.
Sure, thanks, Tammy. And I've got some notes because I'm going to give you a couple of data points. So for the past 3 years, this is our third year that we're doing this Digital Wellbeing Index that we release every year on International Safer Internet Day, the full results. And it's basically us surveying teens and young people, young adults, in 6 geographies. So in Australia, Germany, France, India, the UK, and the US. And this research surveys 6,000 young people and 3,000 parents of teenagers between the ages of 13 and 19. And what we're finding is that what we do is we ask them about the risks that they're exposed to online. We ask them about the various encounters that they're having online in terms of how we fashion this index. And the index is based on a long-standing model, academic model of well-being, and it's called the PERMA model, and we've adapted it for the online world. It's now called the PERNA model, where we're asking people about their positive and negative emotions, their engagement, their relationships, and their achievement online. And for every respondent, we assign them an index reading. Then we total up those index readings per country and then across all 6 geographies. And we're asking people about their risk exposure, that they've actually experienced risk over the course of the past 3 months. And this latest data was compiled in June of last year, so the operative period is basically April, May, and June of last year. The interesting thing is that the index has actually risen 1 point in this third year to a level of 63. On a scale of 0 to 100, it's kind of an average reading. It's really nothing to write home about, but it's nothing too overly worrisome either. It's pretty average, but it has gone up over the past 2 years. So here we are at a 63 for the index. What's interesting there is that the index actually rose, but young people, teens ages 13 to 17, and young adults ages 18 to 24 actually experienced risk at a higher level last year than they had in the previous 2 years. 80%, 8 in 10 youth said that they experienced some risk online between, say, April and June of last year. Now, those risks could run from something like misinformation that we talked about earlier, or unwanted contact, all the way through to some more egregious risks and harms, like something of a sexual nature. But the good news in all of this is where I got to go to the notes because I want to get the stats exactly right, is that Generation Z teens and young adults are actually reaching out for help once they've experienced an online risk. This is up, and this is up a market amount. Nearly 6 in 10, 59% sought help in 2024, up again 9 percentage points from the previous year. That is a good thing. They're reaching out to parents, they're reaching out to caregivers, their friends, their peers, hotlines, helplines, and platforms. And we need to continue to encourage that. We'd like them to reach out earlier, but at least they are reaching out. Also, parents are more engaged. Half of parents, a preponderance, 51%, said that they actively checked in with their teens about online life, also up a not statistically insignificant 9 percentage points, again, from the previous year. And I want to emphasize, this is our contribution, Snap's contribution to the entire ecosystem, to again add to that evidentiary base. We commission this research, but this is not specific to Snapchat. This is across all platforms, all devices, all services in all of these 6 countries. So I wanted to make one other point, which is once we compile the actual index for the respondent for the country across 6 countries, we have 4 categories that we put these scores in. And they range, as you could imagine, from struggling online, middling, thriving, and then flourishing. And we want to encourage more young people to be flourishing online. So over the past 3 years, it's basically broken out kind of by the 80-20 rule. So you could imagine that 10% on each of the extremes and then 80% in the middle. But why I raise these 4 categories is that it's important to know that young people who have more support assets available to them in the home, in school, in the community, they have a higher rate of digital well-being. Support assets are defined as those people at home, in school, in the community that believe in them, believe they're going to be a success in life, that have their back, that can share their problems, that will listen to them. So it's just a reminder for us to be open to young people reaching out in case they have some issue online, and also for us to be proactive in that engagement and reach out to young people and see how they're doing. More support assets available, higher digital well-being. That's just a smattering. There's literally an 85-slide deck that we've just posted today about all of this research, a blog, some other assets. Please research SNAP Digital Wellbeing Index and you'll find all of it.
Oh my God, Jacqueline, I am in there. I am like so excited to dig in. And thank you for conducting that research. It's so needed. I'm really optimistic that kids are actually calling out for help and they're recognizing when they need help. I do think going back to risk mitigation, I think it's really important for us to make sure that we're talking to and providing the support in the right places for disenfranchised kids who don't have all of the family support and the access, right? Again, really focusing in on, you know, it may be easy to say a lot of these kids who have the support at home, it's really important to make sure that we're not missing out on these other groups of children. I am going to swing it over to Matt because I think this was a good segue into some of the peer research report that you did at TIG, and then we can have a discussion.
Yeah, so a lot of the stuff, if you look at this past year, Pew Research published a lot of data around how young people are gaming, right? Something like 73% engage in gaming on the regular. Some numbers like 80%. Feel free to check me on these are like rough numbers. I'm rounding down. I was an English major. But the idea, find some type of just solace in playing games every day. It's connecting with friends, it's mental health. And a lot of this tracks. I know it was just a few years ago that we were all in a lockdown in our homes and told that if we didn't go online and engage with people, bad things are going to happen. And I think we're seeing now some of the fallout from that, the pendulum swinging back, whereas like we're on screens too much. We have to scale this back now, which we've seen that pendulum swing back and forth a lot. So one of the challenges we heard reiterated a lot today is how do we have these more nuanced conversations? Like when does that screen time connection, when does it bring you joy? When does it add you stress? When does it become too much? And that's where I think we need to have some of those bigger conversations as we look at the experiences young people are having online and the type of connections. Like my son in particular, a lot of his social connections comes through games. He still plays with friends in the neighborhood, things like that. But when he goes online, like they have these prescribed times that he meets with his friends and they get together, they do this. For my daughter, it's a bricklayer game. Like if she finishes her homework, the iPad's out, and it's usually when I get the request for like screen time or something. But like that's her moment to like disconnect and to deal with stress, which is another thing we're seeing in young people. So I think trying to put too much into this is really bad or this is really good, we need to look at sort of the structured nature of like when is it good or bad? When does it add value? When does it sort of make your life more enjoyable or appreciative versus not? From a gaming standpoint, what we've seen is if we're going to design spaces online for anyone, how we design those spaces should matter. And so thinking through sort of some of these kind of natural intervention points of just checking in, how's your well-being today? Like in the Wii, this is dating myself a little bit, but the Wii would pop up and said, have you been outside lately? right? So games having that. So really trying to think about within the structure of a gaming format, when does it make sense to check in with someone's well-being? Because if it's too much there, it's just like, look, I just want to beat this level. You asked me 5 times how I'm feeling. I ain't got time for this. So it's really trying to find that balance of when does checking in with someone sort of seem natural and fluid and part of the experience versus when is it something that actually detracts from the overall experience, which is why you showed up in the first place.
So we spend a lot of time at Roblox talking about how do we integrate, how do we innovate on integrating pro-social features into the product that allow for kids to, and also test. Again, we announced our teen council. Yay, because teen council are so amazing. We announced our teen council, and so one of the things we really want to get out of it is testing out some of this pro-social behaviors online to see if we can create more positive outcomes within Roblox. Would love to hear from you guys in terms of how you use social media and gaming to approach that in terms of mental well-being.
Yeah, I can start with this one. I think it's really important to note how much social media and how much technology has been ingrained into our daily lives. I want to bring up the TikTok ban. I'm sure many of you have heard of it. But one story that I would like to mention is that people have a physical response to opening their phone and clicking on the app. And so the fact that this has become so ingrained that we physically can't put the phone down or we physically can't get ourselves to put the phone down is a really important fact to notice. And I think the best way to get around that is to kind of be ambassadors in our own community and focus on how we can release ourselves from this trap hold that we have on social media. And so that's one thing that Snap itself has been trying to highlight is that in our own communities, we've been trying to spread the message about being safe online, using the tools that we have been given, such as the report feature or the block feature, to make ourselves be safe online. Because it's one thing to be safe with yourself, and it's one thing to hear about somebody else being themselves, and to actually make that change and incorporate it in your daily lives is something really important to do.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially building off of what you were talking about with the resources and making sure that we're utilizing the report feature, the block feature, all of that. I know that some of my friends turn their phones, they make them black and white, and not having the color on the screen is really helpful to them to not get super absorbed into their phone and not be able to put it down. And we've been talking about all day about all of these new safeguards and these new technologies, things on the apps that will help people manage their time better and have a better relationship with technology. But I think that in the absence of people knowing about those and actually having a reason to use them, then it doesn't matter anymore if they're there, if nobody uses them.
I'm just writing down notes to advocate back internally. So, in terms of what teens want, one of the things that I always think is pretty amazing how you guys use social media, right? I think that it was brought up before that I think that social media has been so villainized, right? But there are so many positive aspects in terms of how you use it. Specifically for well-being, can you speak to how you use it and how it's brought some saneness or connection?
Yeah, I think a lot of the talks that we've heard today, especially towards kind of the parents in the room, or especially towards the not older people, but you know what I'm saying.
No, it's okay.
They have a different view on social media compared to the people, like the kids that use it almost every single day. I know that speaking from my mom, she definitely has more of a negative view on social media because she doesn't really know what I'm doing on it. And I keep trying to tell her that what I'm doing on it is that I'm connecting with friends, I'm making connections, I'm constantly connecting with people that I know and then that I can trust, and I'm building on it. And I can tell you how many times that I started laughing at my phone from a text that I got from my friend, or watching an Instagram reel or watching a TikTok about something super relatable or funny. And I think that's an aspect that doesn't get talked about as much as the negative things that happen. It's inevitable that people will take advantage of such platforms and they will use it for malicious intent, but there's also a complete other side that doesn't even get talked about as much, which is also an equally important part to cover.
Yeah, hopping off of that, I think that social media it does hold a lot of risks. It's a new technology. Everything honestly holds risks, but there are many benefits, and we're even just starting to explore what we can do with social media. So we're talking about mental health here, and I think that a lot of the companies today and the people representing their companies have touched on how they're making their apps not harm their users' mental health. But I think there's also a great opportunity for apps and social media websites and people using the social media websites to counter adverse mental health impacts that are separated from social media. So, for example, in states that have limited education, like for example in Florida with the Don't Say Gay bill, one of the other parts of that bill that you might not have heard of is that people can no longer teach sex education freely. If any parent in a school has a complaint about the sex education curriculum, they're required to remove it. And so not having these things in school that teach you about your identity and your sexuality and where you can find a community and your health, then social media becomes a place that can help support that, and it can actually support people's mental health in ways that isn't negatively impacted by by social media in the first place. But it's a great opportunity for us to explore those other things as well.
Yeah, and then one more quick thing that I want to bring up on the topic of mental health. I think there's obviously this aspect of parents thinking about how their kids are just scrolling away, like doom scrolling is what we call it, or rotting, where you just like can't get off your phone. But I think there's another aspect of coping with stress that social media does in fact help. Actually, the first thing that I usually do is that if I have a couple of tests and I'm really, really stressed and I think that I can't get anything done because I'm just so worried, the first thing that I would do is obviously talk to my parents, but after that I would try to message my friends and see if they could also help. And playing a game or watching a couple of reels or watching a couple like funny videos actually is the thing that I find the most helpful in terms of dealing with stress. I know that can differ from many different people, like listening to music or exercising, but at least for me, that's something that can help with stress in a really quick way.
That's awesome. There is a nonprofit organization called Center for Scholars and Storytellers, and they're based out of UCLA. And they do some amazing research with teens. They have sociologists and academics and researchers who contribute. And they have just released a huge teen report. 77% of teens said they felt lonely. Right, that's an enormous percentage, right? 77%. A lot of these teens, and again, the whole purpose of this nonprofit is to really share this information with entertainment companies, gaming companies, social media companies, and advise on what they can do about it. And one of the things that we're seeing is that in this survey, gaming is actually going up. And one of the things that's important for teens, especially given what's going on in the world today, fantasy is very, very popular because escapism is a great way to get into a different mindset, right, in mind space. What are your thoughts in terms of that loneliness percent? What can we do about it?
Yeah, I think I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because while we're all talking about how connected social media can definitely bring you to, there's also a big percent that also leaves you feeling lonely. You may be able to chat with your friends, or you may be able to see stories, you may be able to see the videos that they post, but because you're not interacting with them physically, it can still feel lonely. Like I've been in situations where I haven't had the best day, maybe, it hasn't been the best day at school, and I come home and then I'm trying to get my work done and I'm trying to relax by, using coping methods and going on my phone, but it just leaves me feeling even more lonely than before because I'm not physically interacting with somebody. If my parents are at work or if my sister is out home and I'm home alone and I'm trying to do my homework, and social media can help, but it can also leave you feeling even more lonely than before.
Yeah, I'd add on that I think that social media is a tool and it can help in all of the ways that were just said, but definitely finding a balance between that and physical interaction and relationships with people is so vital to somebody's mental health because we all lived through COVID, the pandemic. We know that having those online relationships, it doesn't feel the same. It feels artificial a little bit, even if it's people that you know and you see every day. And so having those connections, both in person and potentially online, can be a great way to interact with people when you're separate, but also still maintain that connection that you only get from being together physically.
So, with all of the bans that are going on right now, do you think that's going to solve the problem?
I actually think that it should be a conversation about awareness versus restriction. I can speak on personal stories that my parents have in the past have put lots and lots of screen times. I used to have 10 minutes on TikTok, 15 minutes on Instagram, 5 minutes on Snapchat. And I would just say that the more restrictions that parents put on the kids, the harder and harder they'll try to resist them. And I'm not trying to get in trouble here, but I have found ways to get around my screen time. I've gone on my computer, I've disabled the screen time password, and I can definitely speak on behalf of all the other kids in this room that they definitely have explored ways to. And so I would just say, again, going back, that the more restrictions you put, the harder and harder that people will try to resist. And the TikTok ban and the Australian ban are really good examples of that, because I think, in fact, if you try to stop something, then people will try probably even worse ways to get around it and use something else to fulfill that. And so I think restricting it wouldn't be the best solution, but finding ways to limit and finding ways to kind of have that middle ground is the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that when you have these social media restrictions and restrictions around any of this stuff like AI, people are just going to find other ways to get around it. And often those are going to be less safe ways, because if there is a mainstream app that you use like Snapchat that has these safety restrictions, and then when your screen time is disabled, you go to an alternate app, then that your parents might not know about, then they don't have as much control over that. So having that communication and kids feeling like they can and want to be telling their parents everything they're doing online requires trust both ways.
Thank you. So I could listen to you all day, but we are running out of time here, as I'm being told. So I'm going to just go down the line and ask you one question. What's your one piece of advice for the people who are in the room, whether it be parents, policymakers, or industry, that can help you to digitally flourish? Annika.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest thing that could apply to everybody across all industries is having transparency and education about all of the amazing things that you are all doing to support young people using your app and to support people's mental health, because having all of these things, putting them in place, only matters if people are actually encouraged and want to use those safeguards.
Yeah, I think echoing that, transparency is a big thing. I think for teens specifically, understanding why these limits are being put in the first place is crucial. Like, for example, understanding what doing too much on your phone can do to you. Like if you spend too much on your phone, then what long-term consequences will that have for you? Or seek out tools that can help you, like using the report feature, using the block feature, being more conscious of how you're using your social media or how your digital practices can harm you in the future.
Okay, newsflash, I'm not a member of the Snapchat generation. So I would say I do believe in the transformational power of technology. Technology is taking us forward as every innovative and disruptive technology that has come before it. But so much is about conversation, and as these ladies have said, raising awareness, education, and it's about conversation that can lead to those things. So when having those conversations, whether those are educators, parents, school officials, others, have those conversations and listen to those young people, listen to them suspending judgment, and listen to them with the intent of being moved, not dug into our own positions, like why would you want to do this for 8 hours a day, et cetera, but listen and understand them, because this is their world now, and we're just kind of visiting.
Matt.
Yeah, just adding to that, I think as an adult, I see a lot of times with my own kids is I'm evaluating their experience in life with what I had when I was their age. And because it's different, can I argue if it's better or worse? My parents do the same thing. And so really having the conversation keep forward, really trying to understand our relationship with tech, particularly how fast that changes. Like students who I now have in their 30s versus their siblings who are just a few years younger have a different relationship with tech than anything that's happening in high school right now. And so really trying to understand those different stages, what does that look like, how has it evolved, and hopefully keep that conversation going. We're having a much more evolved conversation around well-being today than we were even 5 years ago. So trying to keep that going and see what that looks like and hopefully come to a consensus. And then as a result, we can end up being just a support for each other and how we define our own relationships with tech. What does well-being mean for us? What does that look like? And how can we be supportive?
Thank you so much. Well, I've learned so much from this amazing panel. I hope you have too. But unfortunately, our time is at an end. Thank you.
or in your personal lives. I think we have a mic, right, that we can share with folks. I wanted to, the two tasks I asked you all were to narrow your sort of brainstorm list to 1 or 2 ideas you're really proud of that you think can make a real impact. And the second was to choose a person from your table who can share what that idea is. So I'd love to have a volunteer from the tables, and I can take a person who's like ready to raise their hand first to share their idea. If there isn't an idea that's fully formed and you're not ready to share it out, you could also share something that an insight that you learned or something you appreciated about this experience today too, either one. So I think we have our first presenter.
Hi.
Tell us your name first.
My name's Nick. I go to Oakland Tech. Hi.
Hi, Nick. Nick, what was your topic?
Our topic was age checking thingies.
Age verification.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Nick. Go for it.
Okay, so we came up with our final idea. Well, we had 2 final ideas, but this was the one I thought would be more fun to explain. Was making internet education more interactive and meeting students where they're at, like teaching them about internet safety and stuff at school, rather than, I don't know, in a big conference room or something. And that led to us thinking of creating like an internet week, like how we have sex ed weeks, that's presented by teachers, and the like instructional packet could be created by like teenagers who are on like boards for internet safety at tech companies, like some of the people who spoke today, or like actual influencers from social media, because they would usually be adults and know how social media works. I would hope they know how it works.
Did you all write this idea down? Because this is brilliant.
Yeah, it's
okay,
wrote
great.
down on the
This
thing.
is wonderful, Nick. I love that idea. I love having curriculum written by the people who it's meant for, who have a particular expertise. So great job. Well done. Very
Going
well
to Tarunya.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Round of applause. Tarunya.
Hi, everyone. My name is Trunya Dharmarajan. I'm on the Connect Safely Youth Advisory Council. So our topic was AI regulation, everyone's favorite at the moment. So our first approach, the first question asked, should we approach this from a state or a federal level? And we didn't really answer it. We said both. So, but I do think that's very important to address AI regulation on both levels. We stated that the federal government should focus on setting a general framework for AI regulation in a manner that doesn't restrict innovation, but the states should focus on implementation. So implementing the specific measures of what exactly AI regulation consists of. So we decided to take the route that incorporated both. And then our second approach was, it kind of has 2 prongs to it. First is to incorporate youth voices in regulatory development. This is really important because AI is very prominent in schools. It's very prominent in my life and lives of people around me, my peers. And so incorporating youth voices, I know many of my peers have stressed this, but I would like to reinforce that once again so that we can focus on bringing AI in a safe and responsible manner in education in schools. And the second prong to our approach is to bring in AI experts. So one of the things that we mentioned was the Safer Innovation Framework, which already exists. We want to build off of that and bring together AI experts to basically bring in a comprehensive understanding of the landscape, because AI is, first of all, very new, and second of all, it is constantly changing. So we don't understand AI, and we cannot effectively regulate what we don't understand. And so in order to bring forward effective regulation, we need to have a good selection of AI experts that know what they're talking about and are able to advise our legislation at the moment, which is pretty new to AI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Keep the conversation going and not assume we have the answers just yet, right? Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Well done. Very well done. Yes,
Anybody?
Who's next? Great.
I'm Josh, and our topic was phone bans in schools. And we decided that we should let schools decide on a case-by-case basis whether or not phones should be allowed rather than some blanket statement that bans phones at all schools. At some schools, phones are a big distraction, but at other schools, the phones can enhance learning. We also said that students and parents should be able to weigh in the conversation as well because everyone has their own opinions.
Thank you. Well done. Very nice job. Who's next?
Nate?
All right, so our topic was cyberbullying and bullying and civility online in general. And one of the issues we discussed is it's such a time-old problem is bullying in general. So how do we approach this in the cyber world as well? The main idea we came up with is we didn't want to involve too many sources, especially like law enforcement, because it can create problems that aren't necessarily fully realized yet. Just through the enforcement of law enforcement. So what our main focus is focusing on the role that schools can play in this. And we'd start off with just like general bullying in just like being nice to people, education out of like a young age, from kindergarten up, just starting with a general civility education. And then the important part is like tying into the technology part in the online space around maybe 4th or 5th grade when kids are starting to be exposed to the online world, whether it's through like video games or whatever media they have at home. So starting in early and trying to do more preventative care than necessarily responding to the incidents, which could be very difficult to deal with, and especially like on a case-by-case basis instead of making like an overlying mandate about it.
Yeah. It is possible to like come down too hard on something that can be addressed proactively. And I like how you're talking about different approaches at different ages based on what makes sense for the development of where the child is. So thank you very much. Good job, Nate. Thank you.
Do you have anybody? Excellent.
Hello, I'm Christelle. I'm from Discord. We also had age verification. Awesome ideas over there that we're just going to piggyback off of. But in addition to that, we discussed how nuanced this topic is and how there's a lot of different gray areas. And something Tammy had said in the panel is, we can put age verification as kind of a North Star, but understanding that we're not going to be able to solve it. And as one of our teen panelists had craftily pointed out, they're going to get around things like age verification tools, et cetera, if we try to impose them. So lofty goal. That being said, we really discussed how much we learned today, especially from those teens. So leaning on kind of an onus of responsibility from platforms end, talking about how platforms need to do the due diligence to make sure that they are communicating to young users as well as their parents, who we know will sign up young users for accounts. What are the awesome initiatives that are available to them when they sign up with their own age? Why that's important and why that will actually better their experience. And that was our age verification.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Erica, I really want to hear from everyone. Maybe one more because I'm conscious of time and we promised to let folks go at 2:30.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Halima. I'm with HOPE, which stands for Healthy Online Platforms for Everyone. And we also had bullying and civility. And just to piggyback off what we were saying, we didn't really want to go as extreme as law enforcement. Before it got to that level, we thought about a position to have mediation ambassadors in places like health centers that are in a lot of the high schools. And these mediation ambassadors would consist of trained peers, college students, teachers, and counselors to be able to mediate and hold restorative processes for bullying and harassment cases. And this could continue an open dialogue between, these communities and the youth with social media companies to find out what was able to work for these communities and what was able to work for these youth and these students in order to mitigate the situations of bullying and harassment.
Awesome. Thank you. Helena, is that your name? Helena, thank you so much. Thank you. I really like the approach of involving multiple stakeholders as mediators who are trained and also tracking what's working over time so that you can ramp up the strategies that work well. So thank you so much.
Do we have time for one more?
We do, of course. Of course, one more.
One more. You guys go.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Aliza. I'm with the California Partners Project Youth Advisory Council. For us, our topic was free speech. And one thing that our group really talked about is how we can balance fact-checking and the verification of information, preventing the spread of disinformation and misinformation, especially as that comes with allowing for people to still have their right to free speech. And so what we talked about was the different ways that platforms are verifying information. Lately, we've been seeing platforms move away from fact-checking and move more towards community notes or user-based oriented ways of verifying information posted on platforms. And we talked a lot about the benefits and downsides of both types of information verification. And what we kind of settled on is that everyone at our table had different opinions as to what the best way to manage a platform is. And we can assume that the same is true for the people using these platforms. So our solution was to institute policy that mandates certain levels of regulation for all of these platforms. Come to this decision using both input from user bases, from the government, from the platforms themselves, and find a way to mix the use of community notes and fact-checking in a way that allows for both nonpartisan way of verifying information and incorporating what these users want to see in the information on the platforms.
Awesome. I really appreciate the balanced approach. Thank you so much, Aliza. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Let's have a hand for Carrie Gallagher. She did an amazing job today. Thank you,
I
Carrie.
was so listening to it. Oh, wait, that's my
I also
job.
want to thank again our sponsors. I hope I get them all down here. Google, Discord, Meta, Amazon Kids, Snap, OpenAI, CharacterEye, and also National PTA. They were a great partner, and thank you guys very much for participating. Thank Annie Hempstead from our board, Patty Regier, our timekeeper, Erica, who has helped organize the Youth Advisory Council, Carrie, we already recognized, Vu, our videographer and special projects coordinator, Nicole Roca, who brought on all of our elected officials today. Thank you very much. That was an amazing job. And of course, and I hope I didn't leave anybody out, Maureen Kochan, our COO, who really was the quarterback of all this, did a tremendous amount of work. I couldn't have done it without her. Thank you so much. And most of all, I want to thank everybody in this room. I mean, it was really a great day. I'm energized, and we got a lot of material. A lot of it's on tape, and we're going to be using it extensively to help craft our own program and educate our own constituency, and knock on the door of our sponsors and other tech companies that we're in touch with to remind them that as important as their stockholders are, the most important people are the folks that use their services in the communities that they serve, and that they have to be responsible. And I know that almost everybody who's here from that company, probably everybody who's here from those companies agree with us, but maybe we'll get the notch up there a level or two higher and get those CEOs to understand that as well. So thank you again, everybody, for a great Safer Internet Day.